Showing me.
I'd like to call to order the Washington Township Planning Commission meeting for December 11th, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, good evening. I'd like to welcome you guys again. Appreciate you guys taking time out of your busy day to come tonight. Obviously, we have a pretty busy agenda. A few things on. I'll start tonight off with roll call from Dana.
Mr. Sacco? Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr.
Here.
Jaski?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Here.
Mr. Chaplin?
Here.
Ms. Hall? Here. Mr. Robb?
Yes.
Next would be the approval of the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Approval of the minutes from the, I don't have the date. What was the date of that meeting?
November 13th.
Approval of the minutes from the November 13th, 2005 Planning Commission meeting.
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. No correspondence, Dana?
No correspondence.
Thank you. The next item would be public comment on non-agenda related items. This is when, if there's something you guys would like to speak about with regard to Washington Township that doesn't have to do with something that's on the agenda tonight. Obviously, a lot of people here to talk about things that are happening on the agenda, but if there's something you'd like to speak about with the commissioners, bring to our attention, now is a good time to come to the podium to bring that up. I understand. All right, we'll move along from public comments, seeing none, to new business. New business, before I get started with new business, I just kind of want to, a lot of people, I don't know if everybody's been to a planning commission meeting before, but it's,
Thank you for your.
tonight, obviously, December 11th, we have a planning commission meeting. I want to start by thanking you guys all for being here tonight. It's been cold, and things are happening, and we appreciate your presence. First, I'd like each of the, these are our planning commissioners. We are all volunteers. We're an advisory body that's appointed by our township board. We review land uses, provide recommendations on legal decisions related to planning and zoning and ordinance amendments, master plans, and rezoning applications. We have a couple of those things on tonight. Before we get to our new business items, I wanted to introduce, we have our planner, Dana, our engineer, Mike Kozak, our attorney, Christine, and our community planning representative from Spalding and Decker, Kayla. Obviously, the commissioners are all here to hear what we have on the agenda tonight. If you plan on speaking tonight at the public hearing, I ask that you be respectful. I understand there's a lot of contention on different items, sometimes some for, some against, and it's important that we all be human to each other. We all state your case, state your opinion, but let's keep it at that. There's no need to cheer and no need to get mad at somebody for what they are trying to bring forward to develop their property. We're just looking for, the commission is trying to hear what you have to say as a public so that it would better help us make our decision. So when you come to speak and the person ahead of you says the exact same thing you want to say, it's not always necessary we have to hear it 40 times. It's important that we hear it, and it's important that obviously we see your presence here today. It's important to the community, so we know that it's something that needs to be heard. I look forward to hearing your comments tonight. I ask that you keep your comments respectful, address to us, address your comments directly to me. I'm the chair of the meeting. I'm the one I need to hear what you have to say. It shouldn't be addressed to the applicant, as the applicant shouldn't be addressing the community. So at this point, the applicant, I would ask that the applicant please proceed to the podium so that we can hear your presentation, please.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
And actually, the other thing is we have a 3-minute maximum on what you have to say. I will cut you off at 3 minutes. I ask that you stop. If we all speak 5 minutes tonight, it's going to be a really long night. And if you can't get it out in 3 minutes, it's going to start, typically after 3 minutes, it starts getting repetitive anyway. So let's hear what you have to say. Keep it short, concise, to the point. That said, we're going to move forward to item A, 32-mile technical campus conditional rezoning request, public hearing, A1 agricultural residential to IRT industrial research technology, parcel 240401100009, 240401200043, 044, also industrial to IRT research technology, parcel 240401100008 at the location, the south side of 32 Mile Road, east of M53. Is the applicant here to speak, if you wouldn't mind?
No, you're going to do your presentation, and then they'll go over all their comments after. Well, I think you need, for your presentation, apologies.
I don't have anything to present.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just, so, good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you all for getting together, and thank you for the community for being here tonight. My name is Mark Hosfeld. I'm with Prologis. And we are here tonight to have a discussion about the zoning for IRT. And this zoning tonight, we're not asking for a specific plan or a specific use. We will be going through a very public process, including tonight, next week at a board meeting, and in a month from now at another Planning Commission meeting to have a very specific, open dialogue plan before we ever would put a spade in the ground for any type of development. So tonight, we are only asking for a rezoning request to IRT. You should have received a letter earlier today from Bob Kirk about the zoning being, I don't know if it's traditional rezoning instead of a conditional rezoning, but essentially, instead of asking for a conditional rezoning on a certain use, it's a traditional rezoning for IRT. That's all, yeah. This is Bob's letter.
Yes, we have a copy of that
Okay.
letter as well.
Okay. So that's all we're here to talk about. We'd love to hear the staff's report, walk through that, and then answer any questions that you have.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
The letter has been given to the commissioners. I will turn this over to Kayla Malden to speak to that portion of it to start off the conversation.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I'll go through my review letter. So this application is for a conditional rezoning. The property is at 32 Mile Road between M53 and Powell Road. The applicant originally submitted an application for a rezoning from agricultural and industrial districts to the Township's Industrial Research Technology District, which does align with the master plan for the area. However, the applicant had added a condition to their application that the land would be used as a technical campus and data center. This morning, we received a letter from the applicant withdrawing that condition At this time, the applicant is applying for rezoning to the Industrial Research Technology District with no conditions attached. So that's the application that's currently before the Planning Commission. I'll just note for the public, that letter has been posted online with the application materials as well, so that is available. Rezonings have a specific process under state law and also in the local township ordinance. So rezoning applications are first heard by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has several criteria that they may review in making their decision. There are 12 having to do with the master plan, consistency of the proposed zoning district with surrounding uses, capacity of utilities and services, demand for the types of uses permitted in the requested zoning district. So for an industrial research technology, that's industrial uses, warehousing, utilities, that type of use. And then also looking at whether the requested rezoning is a logical extension of existing districts in the area, and whether the requested zoning creates any isolated pockets, especially those that are not consistent with the master plan. With that in mind, the Planning Commission for rezoning opens it up for public comment. There's a public hearing that must be held, and that portion of the meeting will be coming later. Following the close of the public hearing, the Planning Commission can make a recommendation on the application. That recommendation, if it's made tonight, would be forwarded to the Board of Trustees, who has the final authority to make a decision on the rezoning application. There were several different factors that we evaluated in our review letter, which was included again in the packet for the planning commissioners and is available to the public. The key things we noted in this area is that industrial research technology was the primary future land use category that applies to these properties. The difference in the future land use map is that commercial was proposed along the 32-mile road corridor, and you'll see that in the future land use map for the township. However, our industrial research technology zoning district also allows commercial uses along major roads, which 32-mile road is. So it's consistent, again, with that future land use map category. We also looked at our neighboring communities and the future land use plans that they had for properties surrounding the site. They were all industrial in Ray Township, Romeo, and adjacent in Bruce Township as well. Let me see if there are any other keynotes. I know planning commissioners, you've looked at this in great detail, and I'm happy to answer any questions on this. But I will share that our ultimate recommendation had been that the Planning Commission recommend rezoning the 4 subject parcels from agricultural, residential, and general industrial to the industrial research technology zone, but without the applicant's proposed conditions. That was our original recommendation. The applicant did this morning withdraw those conditions, and so at this point we would recommend the rezoning based on the consistency with the master plan, the goals of the master plan, and the utilities that are in place for that district.
Thank you, Kayla. I'll open it up to our engineer to speak to the water and sewer capacity.
Sure. As Kayla mentioned, there's, I think, 13 different conditions or criteria that the Planning Commission's following when considering a rezoning. We kind of pull out the ones that fall into the engineering bucket, road network, utilities, as you spoke of, and comment about those in our letter. So you do have a copy of our letter, amending on the fly as it relates to the request being just for a straight rezoning to IRT. As this commission and many of the township residents and the township board are aware, significant investment by the township has been made in this area, extending public water and public sewer, construction of the wastewater treatment plant, really in the goal of creating an industrial district in this area, supporting those types of uses where there never used to be sewer before. So that plant's been online since 2020, and slowly sewer and water have built out around there. So speaking specifically about these parcels, Township just recently completed a project that extended water and sewer from 31 Mile Road up through and really connecting to kind of the 2 western parcels that are a part of the request. Over the past couple of years prior to that, water was extended along Powell Road and up and across 32 Mile Road, basically touching all 4 of these parcels. That water is connected into the overall system. and has been designed and can support IRT uses on these 4 parcels. Sanitary sewer similarly has been extended for similar uses, commercial, residential, and IRT. There are mains that are sized to support the uses that would be proposed in an IRT on the parcels that are sized here. So there is adequate capacity in the system. Ultimately, as this whole kind of district between 32 and 30 Mile Road continues to grow and expand, the treatment plant that the township owns and operates will also have to expand. It's a known thing. It was built at a smaller capacity because it's not economical to operate a plant that can take 10 times the use of what is actually flowing into it. So there are various steps in the process that plan will expand, but there's adequate permitting and capacity to grow with development in the area. Stormwater management, obviously these are large parcels. There are existing bodies of water there, existing wetlands that will all be a part of that system. But it does appear that there'd be adequate outlets. It's not like we're on a completely flat land that doesn't have any outlet of stormwater. Everything would generally fall from the northwest down to the southeast. And then finally, the roadway system. Obviously, the township's currently working with Macomb County Department of Roads to pave Powell Road from where it dead ends today at the cemetery south of 31 Mile Road all the way up to 32. Essentially, you would have a paved loop then from M53 and 30 Mile Road all the way up to 32 Mile Road with 2 entrance and exit points off of M53. Again, a good supporting system for IRT. If there's trucking associated with those uses, obviously there's easy on and off access to a major freeway there at M53. So as indicated in our letter, our conclusion as well would be to recommend approval of such a rezoning to IRT that has been requested now by the applicant. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. Any questions from the commission?
Not at this point.
Ms. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
Just that whether or not to offer conditions is completely up to the applicant. The conditions are completely voluntary. The township cannot ask for them. And likewise, the applicant has the absolute right to withdraw those conditions. And they have done that tonight, so tonight the concern is just whether or not these parcels will be appropriately zoned as IRT.
Okay.
And once you go through that process, any motion made to recommend or recommend approval or denial should include the specific reasons why.
Okay, I'll open it up to the planning commission for comments.
One of the concerns I hear, Mike, regarding the data center is about consumption of the utilities from the community. Sure. Large use in water, electric, and that would put a strain on our resources. Is that in fact true?
If I may, the data center is not up for discussion tonight. It is just a straight, it is just
if you
a
would,
straight
please.
rezoning to IRT.
Got it.
So it's not
Thank you.
appropriate to discuss one use or another, only every use that's possible.
Thank you.
So at this time, the conversation from the commission, excuse me, sir. We are talking right now, we will get to public comment. We will have to get you out of here if you don't let us have our meeting, understand? I don't want to have to put anybody out of here. We're all here to hear the same conversation and get through this meeting and hear what you all have to say. But let us have our discussion, and then we will move forward to entertain what you guys have to say as well. They removed conditions on the site to rezone it to what is allowed per our master plan. So we have to entertain that. They can later come with another public hearing, and it would be an open process. There will be multiple meetings if they pursue that end of it, which is what it is. Thank you. I appreciate you. At this,
I would recommend opening the public hearing now.
okay.
I would recommend opening up the public hearing at this point.
I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing. Hold on.
It's in numerical order, just.
Okay. Number one, when everybody came in, there were some numbers by the door. People are going to be called in the order of the number they took. If you do have something you want to say, you'll get a chance, even if you didn't get a number. As our chair said, if I may, let's try and remain civil. You're all going to get a chance to say what you want to say. But I think one of the things we have to remember is that we have, laws and rules that we have to abide by too. So what we are considering tonight is the rezoning. We can't, by law, consider things that are farther down the road because we're not there yet. So we have to do this a piece at a time and make sure that we do it the right way. That's why we're here doing it one step at a time, and everybody's going to get their chance. But, I will make the motion at this point to open a public hearing so everybody can
Do we have a second?
Oops, sorry. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're going to start the public hearing. Like he had said, everybody that wished to
That was your
speak
phone, my phone.
has picked a number. I'd ask that number one proceed, followed by number two. Number one, please proceed to the podium if you've taken that number.
Barry.
Name and address for the record, if you would.
Carol Garcia. I live in Bruce Township, Romeo, Michigan. Which building this AI data center will affect all of us in the three surrounding areas, which would be Bruce, Romeo, and Washington, because it's close to M53. First question I have is, how long have you guys known this, that they wanted to do this?
I got my packet about a week and a half ago. So I've known for about a week and a half myself.
What about the staff above you?
I can't speak for the staff.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say, I have another question. Will the AI data center have gas turbines?
What, ma'am?
Gas turbines.
And we don't know anything about.
Is there anybody here that can answer the question?
I can answer. Well, first, this is not a Q&A.
I know.
We can't, this is not time for us to answer questions of the public. It's for your comments to be heard.
Okay.
So that's number one. Number two, we don't have a plan. No plan was submitted for buildings or what they plan on constructing.
Okay, well then
That's why
let
they
me.
withdrew their conditional.
Okay, I understand.
So I can only act on what is before me, which is a land use request.
Zoning.
I
To change
understand.
the zoning
I
district for
understand.
that land.
Okay, thank you. In the states of Arizona, Memphis, Tennessee, California, they're really going through a lot of stuff right now with these data centers, physically, mentally, health issues. First of all, AI data center have gas turbines in other states. And these AI have blown past existing polluters. They're emitting over 1,000 to 2,000 tons of NOx gas. Turbines like these release three main types of deadly pollution: nitrogen oxide, formaldehyde, fine particulate matter. Nitrogen oxide, combined with others, form ground-level ozone, which causes and worsens asthma, COPD, formaldehyde, which causes cancer, and particulate matter, airborne soot, can cause your lungs to inhale it in the lungs in your bloodstream, causing heart disease. And this form of pollution, experts in the field say, is very toxic
15 seconds.
and an environmental crime. The other concerns I have, and I'm representing three people out of Washington Township too.
I understand.
The other concerns they have is the electricity and water bills.
Okay, ma'am, I have to cut it off at 3 minutes. That
Are we
is-
3 minutes?
That is the rule. Your
Okay.
3 minutes is up.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
We'll move on to number two.
Good evening.
Name
My
and address for the
My name
record.
is Michael Lewis. I am at 3105 McKell Road in Bruce Township.
Thank you.
So I did hear the comments about the letter or the condition was withdrawn, but, you know, it's kind of like you can't put the monkey back in the box, right? So we know the intent of, we know that the intent is to build a massive data center complex. And I will say that as the founder of a cloud computing company in 2015 with 30 years of IT experience, I can tell you that it's going to take a massive amount of resources away from this community. And I can tell you, when I sold my cloud computing company in 2022, I moved out to this area for the specific purpose. I wanted to be closer to nature, farming, community, okay? I know the impact. They can say all they want, oh, we're withdrawing that condition, but I will tell you, I saw in my business what used to fill a room like this when I started off in data centers, a little rack of equipment the size of a third of this banner in today's technology can draw the same amount of power as a room full of computers 20 years ago. And when you're talking about building these massive data center complexes, okay, because that's their intent. No matter what they say, that's their intent. You're going to really put a really, I'm going to go so far as to say you need to be very careful, because if you harm the people of this community, you harm the mankind that lives here, all of you will be responsible for that, right? So don't make these decisions lightly. And I will say that I will bring every resource I have to bear to stop this. You know, every resource, from friends, communities, money, okay? So I just want to share that. And I have grandchildren that live 2 miles from that data center, that proposed site. And that's my family. That's my posterity. I don't want them harmed, okay? So thank you for your time. Deeply consider what I share with you, and I can share my expertise. I have 30 years of expertise in this area. Thanks.
Really appreciate your comments. Number 3, please. A name and an address for the record, if you don't mind.
My name is Ray Pooley. My address is in Highland, Michigan. You need the full address or no?
Be appreciated.
2819 DeVista Drive, Highland, Michigan, 48356.
Thank you.
Howdy there, everyone. My name is Ray Pooley, and I want to thank you all for being here. I'm a third-generation manufacturer, a CNC machinist and programmer, proud chicken tender, fighter for the working class, and a federal candidate for Michigan's 9th Congressional District. As a federal candidate, I'm furious that we've got a president in Washington trying to force these data centers down our throats, and a governor in Lansing trying to tell us that time is of the essence to rush these through. That tells you one thing: this is not a political issue. This is a corrupt system issue, where the powerful are trying to ram through a bad deal by using rezoning in favor of something the people didn't ask for. That said, today I'm not here to speak about politics. I'm here to speak up for the people of my district by addressing the AI data centers. First, the environmental concerns hit home. This is Michigan. Our water isn't just a resource, it's our greatest resource. These centers are built to gulp millions of gallons of it. We can't let our Great Lakes gift be drained for a server farmer. And when a single facility uses the power of a small town, it doesn't just strain the grid. It threatens to blow a hole in your monthly budget. We can't stand by while the lights flicker and our bills skyrocket. We have to stand up and fight for what's right. We already have enough problems here, like DTE pursuing us or pressuring us for rate hikes and Flint water crisis and the threat of chemicals like PFAS getting into our water supplies. Our fish swim in that, our animals drink in that, we even go swimming in them. We don't need more issues. Second, let's be clear about the threat that these resource hogs give us. The math isn't just bad, it's insulting. They come for our land and our water, our power, and what do they leave us? A handful of temporary construction jobs and a massive bill of tax money afterward. They want to pave over our farmlands that feed us, our cities where so many live and work in, to turn them into buzzing, humming industrial zones. Even worse, they come out with their hands out asking for billions of our tax dollars to build here, while their profit flies off into a corporate bank account. Where is the return on our investment? Where is the commitment to this community? It's not in this proposal that I've seen, nor in any of the other data center proposals that have come up lately. Not in Howell, not in Saline, not in Dafter, and certainly not here. It's a one-sided deal, and if this goes through as is, we're the ones being taken to the cleaners. Finally, we the people have the power to demand a better future for all of us. A future where progress doesn't mean this level of sacrifice for the inevitable. If these data centers are truly needed, we can insist that the projects go where they're not burdensome to us, on brownfield sites in areas crying for reconstruction, repurposing, and new life. We can mandate modern closed cooling systems.
Sir,
We don't
please
want...
Thank you for your comments, sir.
My name is Ray Pooley. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. I keep the 3 minutes to a point so we can get everybody through. 3, 5, I get you.
Yeah, I guess.
We're going to go to item number 4, please. Or person number 4, I apologize. Item 4.
Good evening, I'm Larry Hansen, 2870 Plum Creek Drive in Oakland, Michigan, Oakland County.
Thank you.
I had not planned on speaking tonight, and I think the 3 people before me have made some very good points. But I understand from listening to you guys that you don't have a plan before you. And without a plan, why are you reconsidering a rezoning action today if without a plan? I know it's not a question to answer, but from a procedural standpoint, I would think without a plan, you wouldn't be
I will answer
considering
your
it.
question just because I think it could help with future comments. Excuse me, sir. I am speaking. I've told you twice. The third time I'm going to have you removed. Please don't. I don't want to do that to you. So the point of this is a rezoning. That area is our future land use map and our master plan actually call it out to be what they're asking for it to be. So it is allowed to be rezoned as that.
It's also not allowed to be rezoned if you choose to
Well,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
please.
A rezoning deals with all the land uses that are allowed in that district, rather than just a specific land use. So if it is rezoned to IRT, the current landowner or any other landowner thereafter could come in for any use that's allowed in IRT. So tonight, we're not talking out, they're not asking for a specific use.
Why did they drop it this morning?
That is their right.
Did Whitmer promise a fast track? Yes. I saw her do it on TV.
Excuse me, ma'am, we can't speculate on any of that. The bottom line is we are here to entertain a rezoning. The rezoning request is in line with what our master plan that we've had a multitude of meetings about. And that's what the public had wanted for that upper area of 32 Mile. You were all invited, nobody showed. But at this point, that's why we're here. I'm going to go on to number 4. Please proceed with your comments. I'll give you your full 3 minutes. I am sorry.
I won't take a full 3 minutes.
I apologize.
I've made my piece. Again, the community here is very negative on the data center. I fully agree with them. I think there's too many negative impacts that it's going to bring, not just to Bruce, Washington, Romeo, Macomb County. It's going to impact Oakland County. It's going to impact St. Clair County, Armada. Exactly. Again, my concern is you don't have a plan before you. Your applicant had brought a plan. They pulled that back. I have an idea it's because of this, because they knew they were going to have negative feedback, no support. And I guess I'll leave you with one more thought.
I'm sorry, please keep your comments to yourself. We're trying to hold a meeting here and trying to get through this. The more I have to stop the meeting, the longer this is going to take. Please keep the comments to yourself. I do not want to have anybody removed from this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, please.
We realize this is a fact. We wouldn't have had anything agreed yet.
I know.
Huh?
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight. What's your name and address, if you don't mind?
All right, good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Mr. Sean Weber, 75508 Romeo Plank Road from Armada. I am formerly a committee member from the Internet Subcommittee from Armada Township. We worked on the Comcast grant to put Wi-Fi out there. Due to my background in this area, I felt pertinent to come speak in front of the board tonight. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. I've conducted my own independent analysis of the project that's being proposed, and I'm estimating that this is going to require a load of 760 megawatts of power. It's about enough electricity to power 844,000 Michigan homes. All right. The applicant at this time has not come forward with a proposal to build a power plant. They only want to build the data center. That's going to leave Michigan taxpayers and ratepayers on the hook for $1.5 to $1.9 billion to build a new macro power plant. We don't have that electric capacity. Aside from that, due to state tax incentives that have been passed into law in 2024, the applicant will be exempt from Michigan state sales tax and use tax. This constitutes a $228 million loss to Michigan taxpayers from 2025 to 2027. We are all subsidizing this, and we did not ask to. With that being said, I have written draft legislation that I've called the Saline Act to amend Michigan law to fix some of these issues. For more information, you can go to salineact.org. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Good luck.
We appreciate your comments. Appreciate your comments, sir. Number 6? Come on up. Thank you. You don't have to show me. I trust you.
All good.
Name and address for the
Hello,
record.
and thank you for your time. John Arlene, 5030 Cochrane Road, Alma, Michigan. I have been in the tech industry. I work at Best Buy. I follow all the economics and everything else. And I'm totally behind the industrial park, the industrial zone, because it is part of growth in Michigan. We need industry. We've been industry in the past. We've grown. We've been a manufacturing leader, an icon. The problem is that we don't need more AI. AI is actually doing the opposite of what we're trying to do. We're trying to create jobs. AI takes away jobs. Where I live, we don't have power. Our power grid goes out all the time. They build little substations as Band-Aids to fix things, but then it breaks. I'm on well water. Right now, it's hard to do anything. Farmers rely on water. I've got cows and cattle down the street from us. They need water as well. So the hardest part for me is trying to understand how there's a blank slate where they have land and they can develop it, which is great. But the problem is that when you don't know what they're going to do with the land, then we get handcuffed because it becomes a law issue. And once we sign on the dotted line, you can't undo it. That's the hardest part. And sincerely, yes, I'm a nervous wreck talking up here, but I love Almut, okay? I love all the communities around here. Go to Brown Iron Brewery all the time, so I spend time in the neighborhood all the time as well. But the data center is a negative. I don't see one positive, not one positive outcome for Washington Township, Bruce, any community, anywhere in Michigan, anywhere, to offset the damage that will be done and the cost to us. My electric bill, I'm on electric. You know, we don't have natural gas where I'm at, so everything is electric. So when they build this, my electric bill is going to go up higher. I don't know where the money comes from because I don't have the ability to pay for more electric. We get by, my wife, my family, and everybody, we get by. But you can't just get by. People want to grow and we want to become better and have something better for our future generations. I truly believe this is something that would take us backwards 40 years instead of propel us forward 20 years. So with that, that's me, that's my comments, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. I think we're on 7, if you would. Number 7? I was going to say, if anybody, if your number's coming up, try to be readily available. We can keep this thing going. 7 or 8, come on up. 9, 10.
11? All of those.
Sure. Yes, please.
Well, you know what? Let me start this off with.
Name and address for the record would be a great place to start, please.
But before that, my First Amendment right is protected. As long as I'm not threatening anyone, I can say whatever I'd like. My name's Nick Pilot, 6700 West Road, Washington, Michigan. You know what? I already wrote that part out. Let me be blunt, though. The people of Washington Township and the surrounding areas do not want this data center, and we're tired of being treated like we don't matter. This was weaseled forward with no notice. That's not transparency, that's dodging the public. When residents see major projects push quietly while our grid fails and audits go ignored for years, it feels like we've been forgotten about while you sit in your nice houses making Facebook posts looking good about yourselves. We can't handle normal usage with our power grids. Mind you, the geothermal effect would not only poison our waters, but poison our soils for surrounding farmers and our air. That's terrible. That makes this whole place inept for all farmers around here. And, you know, people are starting to live on top of each other. It's terrible. The fact that this whole thing was even proposed is asinine. It's careless and it's downright reckless. And I, for one, as a man that is having a family in this community that has been here for my whole entire life, I don't want to leave here. But you people are making it to where I'm going to have to. I don't want to raise my kids in an environment like that. So, you know, I'm sure you guys don't want to either. Why is it that you can do that so easily, but us here are just sitting pissed off? The corruption is just going unnoticed. All we see is frivolous Facebook posts about bullshit. We don't see any of this. We didn't hear about this until a day and a half before. It's insane. Why is that?
If you would, the 3 minutes is expired.
I'm asking you now, sir.
First of all, I told you when we got our packet a week and a half ago. I can't speak.
You had a week and a half.
Sir?
We had a day and a half.
We work for a living.
You're going to have
so
a seat. You understand we're volunteers. We're not the people taking in the applications, and a property owner has a right to develop their land. We have to hear what people have to say and what they want to develop.
Now, sir, I do understand that.
I'm not going to get into further discussions with you about it because your 3 minutes is up and I have a lot of people to hear.
It has not been 3 minutes.
Oh, it's well over 3.
It has been.
Sir, you need to have a seat.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I do appreciate your comments. I really do. I really do. Thank you. I don't even know, we're on 12-ish, somewhere in there. 12. I mean, if anybody wants to come up that's been bypassed, feel free to step in line next, but name and address for the record if you don't.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ned Zimmer. My address is 611 Bay Point Drive, Oxford, Michigan. Chair, good evening.
Good evening.
Initially, I was under the impression that this was a conditional zoning board meeting. It has come to my attention now that it has changed to a traditional zoning meeting. So, with that being said, according to the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, a conditional meeting allows for the owner of the land to have certain conditions met by the people who want to develop it. A traditional zoning meeting means that they do not have to have any conditions. Am I correct about that?
They offer conditions in a conditional. If a traditional rezoning means they have to meet our ordinance in whole.
Okay, perfect. So with that being said, it seems like, I don't know who makes that decision, but a fast one has been pulled on our community.
Not necessarily, but I mean, so.
Okay, so I want to make most of my time as my. Okay, thank you. Besides all of that, I think that in order for, if you do want to change from agriculture to the IRT, thank you. If you do want to change that, I think it should be a conditional meeting, and I think you should make these guys give you conditions about how they're going to support the community, how they're going to build, who's going to foot the bill for the infrastructure that's going to need to be upgraded through DTE. You're going to want to know all of that stuff, and I think before you can make an informed decision about this, I think that those conditions have to be met so that our community isn't left out high and dry when these guys decide to pull the rug out from under us. I'm going to save all of my AI data center stuff. I understand this is a zoning board meeting only, and that's my piece. My name's Ned Zimmer. I'm running for House District 66. That includes Washington Township. I want to be your state representative.
Okay.
And our communities deserve representation for the people. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ned. I appreciate your comments. One thing I'd like to clarify is this rezoning is for the land only. Any further development of that land will either have to come back before this commission for either a PUD, a special land use, or a site plan if it so fits the IRT. They have to prove that it fits the IRT. Beyond that, we will entertain those documents when they come, and that's the time that we would entertain anything for conditions being placed on the site, how the buildings would be constructed, traffic flow, things of that nature. But
why did you drop the IRT this morning, and do you have plans on developing it with the IRT?
We didn't drop the IRT.
we didn't drop the IRT. The IRT has always been in the master plan.
Barry, don't answer her.
Let her come up and say
All right,
she is.
I'm sorry.
Everything about it, all of the conditions of the IRT.
They dropped the conditional rezoning off of it to straight zoning. So I'll go to the next
That was less than 8 hours.
I didn't make that. The township did not make that. I'm going to go to the next person. If you'd like to speak, I'm sure you have a number, you can come up. I think we're on 12 or 13. 13. Next.
I'd just like to thank everybody for letting me have a few minutes up here. My name is Nathan Zanero. I live at 17150 Boardman Road in Armada Township.
Thank you.
I am an energy engineer. I currently drill and design some of the deepest and most complicated geothermal wells in the country in your backyard so that we can save on electricity and we can all have a cleaner place to live. I'd like to thank the board. I know you guys are going through a lot right now with all of this, and I would just ask that, I know you all have a lot of things to say. Let everybody else who comes up after me have some time. Let's do this in an orderly way because I think we can get what we need accomplished. What I'd like to say is that in my job, I'm designing and I'm constructing things that have never been imagined by the statutes, by the legislature, by the local regulators. And when I go to them, we're often doing things that they have never even thought of. They don't know how to regulate it. And I think we're kind of running up against that here in this conversation. We're asking for something to be rezoned, for something to be built that a lot of us don't understand. And when I go and I build the things that I build, we go before the community, we go before the regulators, we are ultra transparent. We wear belts and suspenders. We do everything we can to over-communicate our intent. And if we ever behaved the way that this has happened today, I would fully expect my application to be denied. If we behaved the way the applicant had behaved here, I would hope that I would have enough honor to withdraw my application. So with that said, we are stuck in a position where our local statutes and our state statutes have not caught up to where we're at. Whether it's the Saline Act or whether it's another piece of local legislation, I think we owe it to the people who live here to say that if we're going to build something that is this power hungry, we need to do a lot more thinking. If we're going to redistrict or rezone something that could really affect the daily lives of people, we need to do some thinking before we do that. And there are other states and there are other localities that have done that. If you're going to build a data center of this scale in the state of Texas, all your power is behind the meter. And there's nothing saying that we can't do that here. If you don't know it, and you might not know it because it's a well-hidden secret, there's 20 billion cubic feet of natural gas in storage under the townships of Ray and Washington. There's no reason that you could not require a data center like this to build infrastructure, to consume natural gas in a responsible way, and to add to that 20 billion cubic feet of natural gas in storage, right? So I would like to encourage the board here to deny this application until we can catch up and do it the right way.
Appreciate your comments, sir. I think we're on 15.
14.
Oh, I thought he was 14. I could be wrong.
13, 14.
13. Somebody can come on up.
Oh, 15. Why not, you know?
If 14 wants to come too, I don't mind.
14, no? Okay. Oh, there you go.
All right. Name and address. I was going to say, like I said before, if anybody's next in line, please make your way up so we can move this along. And if you don't mind, name and address for the record, sir, I appreciate you.
My name is Mark Parent, 57073 Julian Court in Washington Township. Thank you for having me today. I learned about this meeting about 30 minutes before the meeting started. I agree with what everyone has said here tonight. In fact, the last informant, I agree that we need to do some thinking. So I want to talk about something that's probably maybe not said tonight, that I think is important for everybody to understand. I agree with the last speaker who said we need to do some thinking here. What thinking do we need to do? Yeah, there's lots of cost here. There's lots of danger. There's lots of issues. We're going to be burdened with lots of things. But let's talk about the thinking. What happened in COVID when we saw these towers go up? They're emitting microwaves. People are getting headaches. People are getting sick because these microwaves, they got put up in our township, and we didn't get a say-so. Did you get a say-so? Did you ask for it?
Sir, if you wouldn't mind
I'm getting to the point here, because it's all related.
It's not about that. When you speak, you're
I'm just speaking my piece.
directed here.
I'll direct it to you. I'll direct it to you.
Thank
It's all
you.
related.
I appreciate it.
Then what happened, you see these lines going down the street? There's a pack of 5 or 8 wires. Some are this thick. What are those lines doing? Did you ask for that? Did anybody ask for that?
I agree.
What are those lines for? What are they connected to? What are they doing here? Now you come to us with Palantir. The thinking here, the last speaker is right. We need to do some thinking. Who is Palantir? What do they do? What is their job here? What are they going to do with that data center? Let's start at the very top, okay? Palantir, this company that is going through, is a contractor for Palantir Technology, a defense and surveillance technology company. What are they doing here? Who are they surveilling? Well, guess who they're surveilling? Us. Your family, your kids, your children, your neighbors. Is this part of a sustainable development plan? Is this part of the new world order, what's really going on? Because all these things are connecting together. You hear what I'm saying? So I'm saying that we are going down a rabbit hole with a 15-minute city here. Next thing you know, you're going to be following that whole sustainable plan. Why are they here? Why are they going in all these cities? We don't want to be surveilled. We don't need AI. We don't want to lose our jobs in AI. If you sell us out on this, you are selling out your father, your grandfather, your children, and future children in this community with microwaves, super surveillance. We have at every major street corner, we have a camera. Did you ask for a camera? No. No, you didn't ask for a camera. So that's what I'm here to say. All these other issues are issues.
Thank you for your comments.
That's the 50,000-foot view.
Appreciate it.
And I'm with Mike and the rest of the people here. I will do everything I can do to fight this.
I really appreciate your comments, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Well, you didn't have to get up to wait in line, did you?
I didn't. I was right there.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Katrina Mineta. I'm a resident of Shelby Township, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of Macomb Defenders Rising. We're a grassroots, indivisible affiliated group in Macomb County, and we are fighting for resident accountability against powerful interests. I represent over 1,100 people in Macomb County. We oppose, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, is it Pelogis? Okay, it's Pelogis' rezoning. And you know what, I came prepared with remarks today. I read the township FAQs, and now it sounds like there's been a game, Pelogis wants to play a game. So my remarks are completely irrelevant, which I think that speaks to the integrity of Pelogis and exactly why we need to oppose a rezoning request from a organizer, a company who does not want to play, who wants to play games, essentially, right? And I did come prepared, though. I did some research on this company that I do not know how to pronounce. And, you know, without the plans, as some have mentioned here today, without site plans or binding requirements, there's no guarantees on what they're actually going to do with this land. So, meanwhile, this company is planning nearly $8 billion in new data center projects this year alone, I think actually in the third quarter alone. So I just want that to speak to the idea here that the regular households, people in this room, if a data center is built, which was their original intention as of this morning, they will end up paying more every month while the corporation, them, will be not inquiring those costs. The costs are going to fall on us while they get richer. And this company, Prologis, their business model is built on a well-established pattern of capital recycling. They build the project, lease it to hyperscalers like Google. This is what they're known for. So, like I said, I don't know why they're playing a game here, because this is what they do, right? This is their model. And then they sell the stabilized asset for quick profit. $2.2 billion were divested just this last year. So that means that whatever game they're playing about the rezoning here, that means that they would potentially put up a data center, lease it, and then walk away, leaving Washington Township stuck with the long-term impacts, while a new owner has no obligation to honor any promises made to the community. I think they proved that again today with how they play. So they're going to profit, and we're going to foot the bill. I hope that communicated exactly why, they're the ones making the request, and I think that is why we should deny them the request because of these games. So that's all I'm going to say.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks again for your comments. And again, guys, I'm not telling you guys to be quiet while they're speaking, but they have 3 minutes to speak. I don't want to take away from what they have to say. We do really want to hear what you have to say. Appreciate you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Bartello. I live at 57677 Apple Creek Drive, and I will probably echo what she just said. I came here prepared with all the reasons why we shouldn't have a data center, and I timed it to make sure I was in 2 minutes, not knowing what the time frame was. That's out the window now, because this last minute change from conditional to traditional is diabolical. They know what games they are playing. That shows not a good faith actor. So while this might be in the master plan, we don't know now because it's unconditional. It's unconditional. So we don't really know. And you can say, well, we're going to vote for it because our hands are tied because it meets these requirements. You still have an option, because once this is done, you cannot unring a bell. Just like they can't unring a bell and say, well, we're just going to put something non-specific here. We don't have a plan. We don't have a purpose. We don't have a direction. Everyone in this room knows exactly what it is. And so while I was sitting there waiting for my turn, after they said they switched it, traditional zoning, which they want to go towards, it says the new zone allows a wide range of uses, and that they don't have to negotiate as tightly to what they want to do. There's fewer conditions on them, and you lose more control over what's going to be built there. That is not right. You guys are appointed, you're not elected. And maybe if you were elected, you would care more what all these people wanted who found out on Monday. No, they found out on Monday what was going on. So these people rearranged childcare, events, there's Christmas concerts at the school, there's all types of things going on that we rearranged to have somebody here. And this should tell you, no one in Washington Township and the surrounding cities and townships, in Oakland County, we had a gentleman, no one wants this. Your hands are not tied. You have the power to stop this. And that's all I'm going to say for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. That's a great question.
What number was she?
I lost track of numbers. Hey, Rachel, what number were you?
I was 17.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
18.
Hi, my name's Camille Allensworth. I'm at 58172 Dulwich here in Washington Township. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, maybe this? Yeah?
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm really nervous. So first, I just want to say that you say that it's, we're now taking it back to this is a zoning meeting and it's not about the proposed data center, even though we all know that that's what's happening. That's what they said. I want to take it back to now you're saying that it's about the zoning. Well, you just changed the master plan. In November and October, you were discussing that. You were discussing the IRT specifically. So I want to know if you're saying that your hands are tied because they own it, they can develop it the way that they want, you can change the master plan. You just did. And we are all saying that we don't want a data center, we don't want IRT to include data centers if it's going to be zoned as that. So change the master plan. You have that control. Those are the things that are in your control. And then I just want to go back to my notes that I had planned for actually the conditions that were not submitted. There was no Exhibit B listed with the conditions that they were proposing. It is on them to propose the conditions. They said a blank page. They want you to approve blank conditions, carte blanche, literally. So I urge you to reject the application because they obviously think that you will just approve anything that they pass. I don't know why that is. Maybe you know why that would be, but I don't know.
You really think we're stupid?
No.
And let's see. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
You're doing
from the FAQ document that you provided, linked to. It was created by Washtenaw County. On average, a single data center can consume up to 2 megawatt hours, which we heard that the analysis expects much more, which is roughly the equivalent of a small town power consumption. And I want to speak to electricity because that's the biggest thing that my neighbors really struggle with. I moved into my home and 3 months later, our power went out and our basement flooded and we had to replace everything. And that has happened at least once every quarter. This is crazy. We've been telling the township about that. We've been telling the supervisor. I've called DTE. They said there's nothing they can do. So we have our hands tied. So the least you can do is to make it easier for us to have electricity. If we have a data center, they're going to consume all of the electricity that, my lights flicker. I watch my neighbor's lights flicker even when the power isn't out. It doesn't work well. Please don't do this.
I appreciate your comments. Hey, before 19 starts. Excuse me, sir, if you would. I want to make one comment before we move to number 19. I just want you guys to know, us commissioners up here, we are also residents of this community. Just because we sit up here doesn't mean we're for or against a development. We are, but we are not. But we are not accountable for what people submit to us. We are accountable for the decisions we make. And I ask that you stop talking while I'm talking. But we will make a decision based on the comments and based on what is submitted. We are here to represent you. We are here to represent our community interests. We are here to follow the laws at hand. So at this point, I ask again, we will go through the process. I'm not here for a question and answer with you. I will move on. Ma'am.
Hello, my name is Laura Gutnick, 75088 Peters Drive in Bruce Township. As stated in the master plan on page 77, Washington Township does not have any direct control over the maintenance or improvement of its road network. The wear and tear from industrial vehicles can be formidable, it says. I ask that you do not issue a waiver for the traffic impact statement for this rezoning. Wait until MDOT and Macomb County Department of Roads have completed their study before issuing this rezoning. I would also ask them what the maximum daily truck traffic would be allowed, including during a construction phase of an industrial site for both M53 and 32 Mile for all future requests for this property. There was water management that was discussed inside the packet. In Bruce Township, we had flooding related to other developments that were condos, and people's established residents were being flooded. I would ask I'm not sure who would conduct this study, but if all 300 acres were paved, whether there's anything on it or not, it would change not only the water management, it would also change the microclimate, which is underneath the ordinances and standards, as well as underneath the ordinances under 5.13, there's you have to maintain a reasonable microclimate. So concrete would, even if it was just all concrete, it would definitely change the microclimate of the whole area. Those are what's related specifically to the rezoning. I would ask that there be, if it's possible, to add a stipulation that this property, should it be rezoned, would not seek any or receive any tax breaks from the township. because the goal of the IRT is to bring future economic development and tax base, according to your documents. And then I think this is more for the board as well as who does the master plan, but IRT is for light industrial and similar uses. That would include, typically light industrial is for low environment impact, less noise, fewer emissions, minimal glare, low odor, vibration. There's already ordinances in place for automatic screw machines, stamping machines, steam, hot forging, and even windmills for their sound, as well as vibration, odors, gas, and glare. We need to have the data center and anything that would go there be able to have those same type of ordinances before something is built, which again, that's a future conversation, but I still think it's important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments.
Hello,
Hello, how are you today?
my name's Renee Atkinson. I'm a lifelong Michigan resident, 40-year resident of Macomb Township, 53516 Fairchild. I want to express first of my family's opposition to any data centers in this area. But I'd like to address the township's master plan. If you look at Macomb Township, if you drive down 24 Mile Road, what do you see? You see development of residential areas. And inside each one of those residential areas is attached a family. And attached to that family, of course, are taxes that go to Macomb Township, that go to our county, that go to our state. And I would think that 312 acres would hold a lot of families. There was a 12% increase over 2024 in building in Macomb Township. Those homes are being built and they're being sold almost as soon as they're done. So I would ask that this board reconsider that master plan and think about how many families they can bring to this township and what that would mean. Also, one final comment. This is new technology. We do not know that perhaps in 5 years could be obsolete the way technology is progressing now. The township could be stuck with a building that's empty and useless rather than families living out their lives in the township. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, ma'am. And
hello, my name's Emily Fox, and I'm a local physics teacher. I reside in Macomb Township. There are a lot of different angles we can take as far as opposition to the eventual plan for the data center. And I think most of the constituents here came into the meeting thinking it was going to be slightly different due to this morning's changes from Prologis. But I want to talk a little bit more about the local residents and kind of piggybacking off of the last speaker here. I want to talk about the impact that a potential data center will have on the area. Realistically, we know that's the goal. I don't know, what games the company is trying to play or how long they want to, put it off and then try to sneak things past us. But at the end, a data center is the goal. Per a 2023 Electric Utility Performance Review by Citizens Utility Board, Michigan ranks 46 out of our 50 states as far as electric efficiency and overall performance goes. Our state's electric grid is in the bottom 5 out of the entire country in terms of reliability. Various measures related to affordability, reliability, and environmental responsibility were taken into consideration by the Citizens Utility Board while they did this performance review, again, 2 years ago. The vast majority of their data came from the Energy Information Administration of the United States Department of Energy. Various other analyses through reputable boards rank Michigan anywhere from 46 to 48 compared to the other states within the union as far as energy performance, affordability, and reliability. But we routinely fall within the bottom 5 states. Realistically, this would have a profound impact on electric grid reliability and cost to the consumers. Bloomberg News recently published an article on September 29th of this year titled, "AI Data Centers Are Sending Power Bills Soaring." Electricity costs ate up as much as 267% more than they were 5 years ago in areas near data centers. That's being passed on to the consumers in the vast majority of situations. For those of you that are not math people, a 267% increase, if your bill was traditionally $100, would mean your new bill is $367 per month. We all know our electric bills aren't $100 a month. If your bill was $200 a month, which is a little bit more likely, then a 267% increase on a monthly bill of $200 now sends your bill up to $734. That's more than a car payment. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think local residents want this, and I don't think local residents can afford this.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Director of Planning comes back?
No, she doesn't have any decision-making power on this commission. Next.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lou, Timber Mill. The biggest thing here is electrical grid impact. We all know that. We don't want to pay any higher bills. DTE has raised their rates 3 of the last 5 years. They even got 2 rate increases in 1 year. It's all to improve the electrical grid. They were trying to push electric vehicles on us like unwrapped candy. So far, we've heard that over 800,000 homes, this thing would suck up the power for all that. That's just going to do nothing but add to already weak grid. And what's going to happen is DTE is going to go to the Michigan Public Service Commission again, ask for another rate increase for all of us here that are already strapped for cash half the way. What happens then? I want to know why this company is always attacking these rural areas only. Saline, kind of rural. Big Rapids area, kind of rural. Now Washington Township, very rural. We'd like to keep it rural. We've heard that over and over again, that we'd like to keep the rural aspect. That's what brought people here. Oh, that's what brought me here 10 years ago, is because it was rural. So I want to know why these guys don't go into these impoverished areas like Detroit, that has tens of thousands of vacant land, because I came from there, right by City Airport. They could fly in, wave high, and wave right out. There's a whole bunch of vacant land there. I don't understand why they're not going into Detroit. They could use the money. We don't want it here. So we're all here we support industrial manufacturing. There is no doubt about that. We need to produce more in this country. There is no doubt about that. Kids need to get off their phones, out from under the game boards and whatever. and find a skill and go to work and build something with their hands. That's what built this country, is our hands. Not data centers. They don't build crap. They do is take jobs away from us. Data centers do nothing but spy on us. I don't want people spying on me. I don't like anytime I Google something and 10 minutes later I get an email of something that I just Googled a mattress or whatever. They already know too much about us, and I don't want them right around the corner over here. So I hope that when this all comes around, their little game they played tonight by withdrawing their conditional thing, it's a game. They know it. The rules are set up so that people that play the game real well can maneuver in through there and whatever. You guys are all representatives of us, the people. Do your job and tell them we don't want it. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Time's up. Just sorry. I'm joking. If you would, name and address for the record.
I'm RJ Schultz. I live in the community. I'm a communist. I'd rather not share my address because people be crazy. This section of land is currently zoned for industrial, residential, and agricultural use. This corporation bought this land knowing what it was already zoned for. And the plan that you guys have for the area is for things to be used for industrial purposes, which it is already zoned for. There is no reason for a zoning change. Whether or not these people want to put a freaking data center, which is beside the point, it's bad. It's going to poison our freaking water, and AI steals jobs and all that. We've all covered that. The point is that there is no reason to change this. We like our communities rural. We like being able to live near the industrial places that we work at. I am an electrician. I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning to get to my freaking job at 5, and I got to get to bed pretty soon. So I'm pissed. This is fucking ridiculous. This company is completely disrespectful. They should not have pulled this bullshit. They already told us that they want to put a fucking data center in there. So what is this by showing us the fucking cards in their hand and then just like you expect us to pretend like they haven't?
Sir,
come on. That's ridiculous.
Keep the language.
You guys are not elected officials. You are not accountable to anybody. That is disgusting. That's it. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Osama bin Laden. What you are. The four of you need to retire. Ready for
Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
You need to stop.
Yeah, let's get him out of here.
We're gonna move you along.
Yeah.
You got one more chance, and you're out. That's it. I mean, I don't want to kick you out, but the next one, we're gonna
You gotta be
shut it down.
respectful, Bob.
Be
You
respectful.
gotta be respectful.
We're here for the job.
first.
You gotta
You
be
know what?
respectful.
You can take your first.
That's first.
I get
Be
it.
respectful.
Be respectful to people.
Mr. Chairman,
Next.
Be respectful.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. The gentleman is right. He has a First Amendment right to speak, but he also has the right to the consequence of those rights. This body has the right to establish rules for procedure, and they have done so. And the chair has asked you several times to stop speaking out of turn so that everybody has the chance to speak. The chair has now warned you. If you do it again, he will ask you to be removed.
Yes, Christine.
Sir, I appreciate you coming up. What name and address for the record, sir?
Andrew Ratu, 71478 Julius Drive, Romeo, Michigan, about a mile from that plant, from the proposed plant. Prologis is not a neutral developer. They are a $100 billion global real estate machine. Prologis is the largest industrial landlord on earth. They control over a billion square feet of property worldwide. They operate like a corporation whose duty is to maximize asset value for global investors, not to protect local communities. They have a history of aggressively expanding whenever a new real estate class becomes profitable, as in Georgia, also known as Project Sale. Began as a tech park concept, also all of a sudden ballooned into a $17 billion multi-billion data center campus. Residents were blindsided by this project, and now they have to The projected is 6 million gallons of water per day usage. Once a rezoning was granted, local residents had almost zero leverage. Also in San Jose in California, pitched as an innovation tech, all of a sudden later revealed to be includes major data center components. Also in Illinois, in Chicago areas, my friend specifically lives in this area, and old Prologis warehouses were suddenly turned into 20 to 30 megawatt data centers under new zoning allowances. These residents had no idea, and now they have noise issues, visual impacts, and they were never disclosed this in early project stages. When Prologis gets these loans rezoned to a higher intensity category, like an IRT land, the land value skyrockets even if they never build a project there as they promised. That means their incentive is rezoning itself, not the community, not the long-term jobs, not the infrastructure burden. They make money even if the project changes direction or they sell the land to another data center operator after zoning is secured. You are basically being used to increase this resale value for their resale portfolio. In zoning terms, this is not a small tenant trying to just fit into your town. It's a huge, basically industrial REIT that the world is using for land as a strategy shift. Their pattern is that they present something modest, get the zoning, then they scale massively. Then they argue, if you don't approve this, we'll take your investment somewhere else. This is not a partnership, it's a leverage, and it works on the boards that aren't prepared to push back.
Appreciate your comments, sir.
Hi, I'm Megan Pizer, and I live at 63829 Indian Trail in Ray. Halito, Soho Chifu at Megan Pizer at Chata Oyosia, Oklahoma Ata Chata, Awawiantnag Atali. I'm introducing myself to you in my father's language, Chata Anumpa, the language of the Chata people. I'm an enrolled citizen of Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm also a professor of literature at Oakland University, where I'm working tirelessly not only to teach my students how to read and write in the face of AI, but also fighting against a data center that is proposed to be built on our campus directly adjacent to the Native American Heritage Site. I respect and commend all of the folks up here who are working for their community, largely unpaid. I know that that is not easy, but it is essential and urgent work. Just like all of the folks coming here tonight in their busy week to step up for that community. That's also urgent and essential work. I want us to think about the comments that folks have said about how important it is that we're building a community of trust and support. And it doesn't seem like this business who is proposing these changes is interested in being a part of community of trust and support. We need to be able to afford to live here and to thrive. If we're paying all of our money for higher electric bills, then we won't be able to replace you when you're tired and you don't have Thursday nights to come serve. We're gonna need future people to serve on these committees and to support our communities far into the future. And when I educate my college students every day, I tell them that one of their greatest powers is to use their education in their own communities. I hope that we'll continue to fight for a better space here. That's what I moved to a rural area from Ferndale to do, to live a life that was different, that was less busy, that was slower. I'm not surprised that a company that's not from here moved so fast to change their mind when we out here are slow living people. I hope that this is an easy decision for you now, to decide that this change is not what's right for our community right now. And maybe it will be in the future if there's a different kind of thing to be built here. But it seems clear to me that this should be an easy decision about rejecting the proposal for changing this land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Doing my best.
What number are we on?
That's a great question. I don't know what number we're on. What number were you? 20s. 20s. Sounds good. Let's be respectful and make good way to the podium.
I'm number 24 for future reference.
24, perfect, thank you, I lost track.
Kristen Russell, live on Gates in Romeo. You have stated this evening in front of everybody here that the master plan for developing IRT to include data centers was the public's desire. Data centers was the public's desire.
Whoa.
By the response of this public forum, that is obviously not the case. While the effects of electric use, water issues, EMGs, declining property values, which will sincerely hurt this community from this endeavor, we understand that it's not what you make your decision in. What you do have the power to do, though, is to deny this rezoning request or table the request until the master plan is adjusted to meet the desired plan of the public in this community. I understand you don't take requests, but I would ask you, who of you has the courage to propose tabling this rezoning request? I wished I had seen a response from you guys. You have the power to table this rezoning request and adjust the master plan before you rule on this. You represent us here in this community. You have to have the heart of this community at your heart. We respectfully request that you, in fact, represent us by making a motion to either table or deny this request.
I appreciate your comments, ma'am. I think we're on 25. You know, when you come up, and I know a couple of the commissioners were having trouble hearing you speak. If, when you come to the podium, please try to speak into the microphone just so we can hear you a little better. 25? Anybody? Yeah, come on up. Nails it down.
Hi, guys. I'm Kate. My daughter and I live at 31 in Van Dyke. First, I want to say that this is not the first time I've been in front of this commission, and this is a good planning board in my experience. They do listen to what we have to say. They have to hear all the proposals. That's their job. And I frankly feel confident that they're going to do the right thing. I feel confident in their integrity, and they know that these companies have to go through them before they can do anything here. So I do feel confident in these guys. So I know that this was changed, but I'm not going to pretend like we don't know why we're here. So I'm just going to say what I was going to say originally. When I heard about this proposal only a few days ago, I made it a point to post it in every local Facebook group that I'm a member of, which I know uses data. There are many comments against having the data center in our community, but there were a few comments for it. And I'd like to address the most common of those comments, which was everyone wants to use data, but no one wants the centers in their backyards. To that I say, yes, you're right. I only want the best for my backyard. And everyone should feel that way. Washington Township should expect and demand only the best, safest, and healthiest facilities, period. Everyone should feel that way about their communities. They are rushing to build these data centers because information regarding the centers that were built out west 10, 15 years ago are coming out and showing irrefutable evidence of the horrible health and safety damages directly connected to where these data centers are built. The damages or the health conditions include cancer, miscarriages, nephrectomy, which is removal of kidneys, laryngectomy, removal of voice boxes, and not to mention the irreparable environmental pollution that permanently ruins the land. They're rushing to build these data centers before they are slapped with the health and safety regulations. They want to build the cheapest facilities possible, and they will not make these facilities any healthier or safer than they have to. We have to make them build healthy and safe centers, and the only way to do that is to demand only the best. If everyone shuts their doors on these toxic waste dumps, these developers will have to come back with something better, and that's how we truly progress. It is our responsibility as the people to protect ourselves and our land. And that's why I say absolutely not in our backyard. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you again for your comments.
Number 29.
29, thank you, sir.
So my name is Randy Lesage. I live at 67350 Powell Road in Washington Township, right across the street from what this thing is going to be. I live on a well. I am concerned of what they're going to do to my water. And the power consumption has been noise, and the exceptional noise that these things create. In my area, there's going to be a constant hum, which will affect my quality of life living where I'm at. As large as thing is, there's going to be an enormous number of lights outside. It is going to create light pollution like crazy. I have light going into my windows all night. And the air pollution that these things cause, regardless of what they do. I mean, as far as I know, they may generate power on site, which would be extraordinarily noisy. I respectfully ask that you guys decline the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I think we're approaching 30. Anybody in the 30s can kind of start heading forward if you would.
Anyone in the 30s?
Come on up.
Hi, Brian Reeder, 67887 Sisson, Washington Township. Thank you all for the time and effort you put in for this. It's sometimes not a fun job. I have a couple questions. I have put them in statements because I know you're not going to answer questions. But on that property out there, and I'll probably call it Detroit City Water, is that going to be on Detroit City Water and Sewer System, or is that going to be a community well and septic?
Are we answering questions or we're not answering questions? This property has access to public water that is supplied by the Great Lakes Water Authority and then the town.
Great Lakes, okay, great, that helps. And I think somebody said the plan putting IRT in was put in November, or was that adapted earlier as an option? Okay, and that's a question I have. I didn't have a chance to look at up ahead of time, but it was zoned for agricultural, residential, I think, and even retail, because I go back to thinking when they were trying to put the Great Mall of America and then a Myers there, a few times. And part of the reason those, I think, got turned down was because of the usage of water and stuff that wasn't there at the time available. The group that bought it, do they actually own the property now, or is this a option to buy if they get the proper zoning? Because if they own it now, why haven't they torn down the golf course that's burned down and been sitting there forever looking like that, if they own the property? That's something that should be enforced. That's really all I've got. Again, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello? I was number 31, but no matter.
Close enough.
My name is Alexander Portel. I'm from Shelby Township, 53290 Haywall Drive. My grandmother lives in Romeo at 30 Mile. She's been there for longer than I've been alive. So the purpose of what I want to talk about is just some talking points. I believe everybody else before me has said some good stuff, cited sources. So I just want to supplement. So I thought this was crazy that there's a lack of transparency, that me as a tech literate person who works in software development, often on jobs, that I only heard about it, a day and a half ago on Reddit. Ridiculous. But one thing I find interesting is that these companies are going to target rural areas, and they're going to be affecting people who are elderly and people who are tech illiterate, or whatever. I mean, it's a consequence. Forgive me. And one point I'd like to bring up is that people that are on a fixed income, if their rates are going to go up, that's not good. Another point I want to make is that this company, Prologis, is part of Palantir, and the whole, big bad, big brother entity that they are, they're anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment. Also, artificial intelligence is what's going to be used by these data centers. We have these flock cameras that are up to about as north, about here, 26 mile, that the police department, whether or not it's crazy that they have access to that, they don't own that data, and those cameras can be hacked. We can't easily audit them. So forgive me if I'm not citing any sources, but I'm willing to stand on that. Let's see. Other points. This data center is going to have limited jobs. I doubt that it's going to have as many jobs as the Ford Motor Company did. Also, cool thing I love about Henry Ford is that he gave us the 8-hour workday in the 1910s. He provided thousands of jobs in the plants that he had. And that place lasted, 55 years? I don't think that this place is going to last, however long, whatever. This place is going to be tax subsidized till year 2050. I bet it'll probably go away 2051. That's my opinion. Also, one last thing. I have 30 seconds left. I think we need to focus on our culture and society in general. I think it's important that we understand the direction of our society, because I'm almost 30, but my entire life I've lived in a surveillance state, and I find it ridiculous when I talk to family members that look at me like they're doe eyes. They're like, oh, it's crazy what you're talking about. But I want this to stop. I'm really impressed by the amount of people that are here that are literate. Thank you so much. My name is Alex Portel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Hi, my name is Pete Conan. I live at 57638 Nicholas Drive in Washington Township. And I had a bunch of data to talk about data centers, just like everybody else did. But everybody else already talked about it. And we have some very well-informed, very tenacious residents. And there's a whole lot of them. So I'm going to talk about removing the specific building condition at the last minute. It feels like a placation to the people in light of recent social movements against data centers specifically. This feels like a stunt to derail what the people came here to talk about. It was a well-crafted, sinister misdirection. Frankly, it insinuates that this community has no stamina for our voices, and it implies that whoever's making decisions thinks we don't know anything. We're concerned about our quality of life and our property values. We were prepared to talk about that, but this last-minute switch effectively mutes us on that. Saying that we're going to rezone without a plan seems incompetent. Saying that we don't have a plan after a plan has been proposed feels like we're being lied to.
Thank you again for your comments, sir.
Hello, my name is Adam Reeder. I live at 67887 Sisson, just at the border of Washington and Romeo. Like as many others have said coming up here, I had some things in mind, but then with that plan change, kind of lost everything I had to say in mind, but I also really didn't want to come here and say nothing, so I guess I just wanted to take a few seconds to say that I wanted to voice my support with the community here, that we do not want this zoning changed right now, and that more time and thinking should be put into looking into it, since there's an obvious, very much not wanting of it built here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is David Connor. I live in Armada on 33 Mile Road. And a lot of the points were hit very, very well by the community members here today. I did want to ask a specific question to the board, and really what the quality of the jobs are that this project might yield, okay? In some of the data that we have been made available. That I suggested there might be around 60 jobs at the end. I saw another one that was 55. So I'm thinking, is that the kind of jobs we want here? I know they're tech jobs, I get it, but how do we produce wealth in this company? We get wealthier when we produce things. And I'm not sure that data is really a thing that is tangible to the community. We produce things. That's what makes our community create value for everybody around. So that's really what I wanted to comment on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Couts, Dr. Jennifer Couts. I live on 60275 Kittle Road, Washington, Michigan. I've been in the community here for 34 years. The doctor comes from eco-psychology degree. I've got experience with Michigan State University, working in Detroit for 7 years, research, working urban farming. So I have a lot of background in how the human psyche, how we relate to our environment, and what's going on with culture and technology and the impact. So I have quite an interest, just like everybody else here. But my concern and what I would like to propose is that you deny the zoning, but I propose that there be a subcommittee, because I know you guys have your hands full. You can see the expertise in this community. We are willing to work with you, we're willing to work with him, and we want to get the data forward so that we can make a proper presentation with the research without going into this blindly. And maybe we can do a little bit more and put it back into saying, hey, we want subsidies, we want, different things, and start asking for things. If the person already owns the property, we can already start working with them, saying this is the kind of technology park that we want, and we don't want it to impact the community, because I know there's been a lot of problems with that property. So I'm proposing, and I think a lot of people here, I would like to be on that committee. We would work separately, and we would put together a presentation. We would include the community and then all the research that we found, and then we would propose it to you, and then we're not going into this blindly. And we would have to work with the company too and find out, okay, we don't want the data center, but I'm just proposing that you slow this way down, because we want to look at and see what the impact this would be on the community. And I see that it could be a technology park. Of course, Ford's there. I totally understand that. But we have to have some things in place that says we do not want this to be a data center, because I don't think this community wants it or that we can afford it. And that the money should not be going to the tech billionaires and that do not care about us, and we don't get anything. We just get health issues, we get property issues, and we're set, and they don't really care. So we have to make them part of the community. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corinne Graper. My address is 66874 Dorothy Trail, Washington Township, Michigan. Prologus is trying to reassure us that there are many steps to this and to minimize the rezoning tonight. So we stop paying attention. This is death by 1,000 paper cuts. I want to talk about what happens next. I have researched how other towns have fought back against data centers, where they have succeeded and where they have failed. Residents, this will be a long battle, and we need to be organized and prepared. And we need to set up a community legal defense fund now so we can hire lawyers to fight. There are a number of different scenarios that can play out in this rezoning. All of them end in a legal battle. The difference will be whether the residents end up in a legal battle with Prologis Corporation or our own township. To the Planning Commission, you have choices to make and a path to choose. I appreciate that you are volunteers. This is not an easy night for any of you, and I truly understand you are part of this community too, and you feel these consequences. I ask you to choose to stand with your neighbors. There has not been an environmental analysis done on whatever it is that they allege they will build one day. Nothing should be approved tonight for rezoning without a site plan for what they plan to do with it. It would be negligent to approve this rezoning and an enormous failing of our government to represent the interest of its people. If this is approved, then I promise you that I will work together with other residents to form a legal defense fund, and we will sue the township. But there's another option. As residents, we don't want to sue our township. We don't. Instead, we want our township to stand up for us, and we will stand behind you. Based on what's happened, yeah, that deserves a
let her finish, please.
Based on what's happened in other towns like Saline, if the Planning Commission and trustees deny Prologis' request, Prologis will sue our township for something called exclusionary zoning practices. Basically, they will claim discrimination. Or Prologis will sue Washington Township if our Planning Commission and trustees don't follow the proper processes in denying the request. And they will try to get the denial repealed. Now, when we look at what happened to the Township of Saline, Michigan, the township denied the data center developer's request to rezone, and within 2 days, the data center developer sued the Township of Saline. The data center developer buried them in so much paperwork and legal fees that they were threatened to bankrupt the town. I set up a Facebook group called Protect Washington Township No Data Center. Please join it so we can organize.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. My name is Fred Hakeem. I live at 7805 Stableford Drive in Washington Township. And unlike a lot of the folks here, I'm not opposed to a data center, and I'm not opposed to a IRT on the one hand. On the other hand, it sounds to me from what I've heard is most people would like that land to remain residential. And that would be nice for me too. I moved to Washington Township many years ago because it was a residential area, but we have been growing at a phenomenal rate. And new subdivisions, new homes, new shopping, new roads, all kinds of stuff is going on, and it's going to continue. One thing we don't have a lot of in Washington Township is a lot of commercial or industrial tax-paying customers. Those tax-paying customers reduce the burden on the rest of us that live in residences, number one. Another thing we don't have in Washington Township is reliable power. Anybody that lives here knows the power goes out every 4 or 5 weeks, sometimes for days at a time. In IRT and the infrastructure improvements that it's going to require, in my opinion, those infrastructure improvements are going to help the entire township because we're going to have bigger pipes and more electricity coming into Washington Township. Right now, DTE has no incentive to improve our infrastructure. All we have is homes, and all they pay is residential, cheap residential rates. They don't have the money to improve the infrastructure and no incentive to do it. And IRT is going to provide them with commercial rates, a lot of money, and they're going to have to supply them with good, solid, reliable electricity. And guess what? We're plugged into those same wires. The third thing I want to say is, I've been in IT since 1970. When a computer would fill this entire building, and I've got more power in my watch, and it's not a smart watch, than those things had. The technology is changing all the time, and it's unstoppable. There's going to be AI. I'm afraid of it, just like a lot of people are. In fact, I've got a good reason to be afraid of it. I watch a couple movies about AI. The thing is, the technology is here. Our acceptance or rejection of a data center or a technology center is not going to affect the way the entire world embraces technology. What's going to affect that is the way the people begin to perceive it and begin to embrace it on their own. It's not up to us at this point. To me, the idea of making this an IRT or making it farmland
I'm sorry.
is what the question is.
I really appreciate your comments.
You can line up behind him.
You can get right there with them. It's okay. All right. Fair enough.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Ron Smith, and I'm a resident of Macomb County, 17947 Canvasback Drive, Clinton Township. I'm also a member of Macomb Defenders Rising, but these remarks are my own. I understand the temptation of both short-term and long-term job creation and other promised benefits, as well as the concerns about increased load on the electrical, water usage, and other environmental issues. I would like to address the purpose or need for AI data centers in the first place. AI data centers are being touted as the next logical step for improvement in seemingly every aspect of our everyday lives, as well as AI actually improving itself over time, creating a virtuous loop, which all sounds good. But I remember the internet being presented in the same fashion, with vast knowledge at our literal fingertips and the expected wonderful human connections. Well, much of the internet has become indispensable. I don't have to tell you how much of these human connections have turned out unintended consequences. My concerns today are security, privacy, and bias. Extensive personal data collection is already rampant and will be vastly accelerated. We have already seen massive digital security breaches of personal information, which will only accelerate as more data is collected. This coupled with intentional surveillance by these companies. Bias in results is a major concern. Do we trust these billionaires, and in one case, a trillionaire with this knowledge? Speaking of which, Elon Musk wasn't satisfied with the results of the large language model Grok and was provided and had his engineers fix the code to provide answers more to his liking. What is to prevent others from doing the same? Just imagine for a moment that we somehow have a bad actor in the White House that these companies are beholden to. What might happen then? Unintended consequences never manifest themselves until it's too late. The rush to build these AI data centers may be a prime example of putting the cart before the horse, or more aptly, closing the barn door after the horses have bolted. Do we want to be a part of this? Washington Township, please stop and take a breath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm an introvert, so this is scary. I'm Jackie, 60350 Jewel Road. I only found out about this a couple of days ago, like many people, and then I was shocked. In this day and age of technology, I would hope that our township could evolve a little bit and get an announcement like of this importance out to the public. I know it's posted on the township website, but even being kind of tech savvy, it was kind of hard to navigate, and I had so many people asking me how I found the information, because I did. I finally found the application and the full packet and everything. I did not know about the change that happened today
I didn't find that on the website as of this morning. So this withdrawal, the withdrawal of the conditional aspect of this rezoning, none of us knew about. And it seems strategic. I'm sure it's strategic. What I hope that this produces is, I'm sure that it's on behalf, I'm sorry, I'm so scared. I'm sure that the applicant was counting on us not paying attention. I'm sure that that's what they're planning on in other municipalities all around the country. I hope that what this does is wake everybody up, and we need to pay attention to what's happening in our own backyards and in our own front yard. And I hope you guys would consider, I hope you consider in the future just to like post stuff on some kind of Facebook page or a community page when stuff like this is happening. I know it's on the website, but it's hard for some people that aren't very techie or they don't know how to find it. This was hidden in plain sight, but if you didn't know where to look, you couldn't find it. Lastly, I hope that you're hearing everybody here today. And I mean, it's pretty, if you were to approve this, and now we've got this information that they probably will just turn around and try and sue you if you disapprove it. But we will have your backs if that happens. We will fight. We will fight. And I know you're doing a good job, but I live here 24 years. So I hope that you'll deny it. And if you get sued, we will be behind you, especially if you put it on the Facebook group. That's it.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming before us. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Matthew Haskey. I live on 28 Mile Road. I'll just say you can call it what you want. It's going to be an AI data center. There's numerous articles saying that Prologis, their intent is to, quote, build data centers to fuel AI growth to the tune of $25 billion in investments for that. And I think I can offer a unique perspective because I work in cybersecurity. AI is a plague on humanity. It's despicable. Everyone loves it because you can watch really funny videos that it's like, what the hell am I watching? But, it's used for a lot of evil, to be honest. I've seen companies on their worst day. I've seen friends and family on their worst day being hacked by AI. My mom just called me yesterday. She said her friend said her daughter called her and saying they were in a car accident. It was her voice. So those spam calls you get, don't answer those because they're recording. All they need is 5 seconds of you. So make your voice to clone it. And call your friends and family and say, oh, they were in an accident. We need you to come down here right away and pay us this much money. And it's all about money, right? And I could go on about AI forever and how terrible it is. But I'll say that Michigan's not even the best place for a data center like this. Most companies prefer to build in places like Arizona in the desert so they can run on solar energy. Michigan's one resource is our water, right? And we should protect that. I mean, there's a ton of other shit going on in our lakes. That's despicable too, but why add to that, right? And I'll just say that this Prologis company, they're a real estate analytics company. So they not only do they not care about what happens to this community, they actively contribute to the real estate disparities we have in America today. I had a hell of a time buying a house, and I consider myself extremely privileged and very fortunate with my salary. So yeah, those kind of my thoughts. I just, you say you're here to represent us and pass on your recommendation based on our views and opinions. And I've heard nothing from everyone here but utter rejection on this tonight. So I'd kindly ask that you pass along our recommendation and consider our opinions. Continuing with this rezoning, I think would be a betrayal to all the communities I've grown up in my entire life around here. So I grew up in Elmont. live here now. So, but yeah, that's all I got.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Sure, I'm close enough. Hi, my name is Jason Cartwright. I live at 53872 Joewood Drive, Macomb, Michigan. I'm about 6 miles south off Romeo Plank of where the proposed site will be. I, by trade, am a network engineer, and I do subcontracting for companies that have me write proposals. And this proposal was a proposal of omissions. They left out some critical data, and that's why they pulled this, and that's why they're pulling the scam on us and on you guys right now, because they're omitting data. They did not disclose how much water they would use. They did not disclose how much environmental impact this would have. They left out everything that a good proposal would have for a data center, and they did that intentionally. And then they pulled this crap this morning to deceive us all. All I'm asking for you guys to do is honor democracy. Listen to the voters. I'm running for office. I'm an independent running against Lisa McLean, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to listen to the people, and I'm going to let them decide everything. You guys need to listen to all these people in this room and fulfill their will, not the will of your own. Thank you. I'm Jason Cartwright.
Number 51, Austin Faze. I live at 8182 Pimpin Drive. I just want to take a moment and pray for our community. Dear Father God, we come here before you today humbly, Lord. Thank you for each and every one of these members in our community, voicing their opinion, voicing what they feel is right, Lord. Help continue to give us courage like David had when he took on Goliath. Give us eyes to see, ears to hear, and make us slow to speak. Let us calculate how we are going to support and fight for our future children in our community. I ask that you give us peace, Lord, as we take on this challenge. As these data centers are coming in, as AI is taking over, help give us divine wisdom on how to navigate these challenges, how to convince governments, municipalities, and local board members, Lord, to have the courage to do the right thing. We pray this in your mighty, humble name. Amen. I ask that you guys postpone voting on rezoning until the community can get more engaged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for taking the time to hear me tonight. My name is Shelby Van Opum. I reside on Brook Drive in Romeo, and I'm a lifelong Romeo resident. I'm here tonight to specifically speak to you about the parcels up for rezoning that are south of 32 Mile and east of M53, and that they should not be rezoned from A1 to IRT. For one thing, in your master plan, which is beautifully written, by the way, you refer in parallel or directly to the balance of maintaining nature, residence, agriculture, and tech no less than 12 times, which tells me that this is important to all of you, that we maintain a balance within our community so we can appreciate natural beauty as well as provide economic growth for our residents. Those areas, although could be put to better use, would certainly upset the balance to dedicate over 300 acres to an industrial complex, particularly when it is within 3 miles of an elementary school, Amanda Moore Elementary School, which is just down the road. Furthermore, on page 77, you guys specifically state that you do not have any direct ability to influence the condition of the roads, which 300 acres of industrial complex certainly comes with a lot of wear and tear and big trucks on our roads. I think we could all probably agree to that. What's more concerning, though, is that we can't even properly assess how much wear and tear our community would really see from this, because your applicant actually requested waivers for the wetland assessment, a conceptual plan, and the impact assessment. And in their closing, they argued that this would not hinder your ability to determine that this would impact our community or to improve their request. I will give credit to your applicant where it is due, that you certainly won't hinder your ability because you won't be able to do it at all. These assessments are here for a reason, put in place to protect and uphold our community. At the end of the day, that's what we're all here for. And I look out on this room and see so many people who dropped everything they did to come and make this heard. I look at all of you who have dedicated tireless hours and time and energy to giving the community what it needs and what it wants. And I do not envy your position because that is a very delicate balance. Thank you for putting this out there and for hearing everybody tonight, and how lucky we are to have so many people who care so deeply about our community and want to see the best for it. Thank you very much, and for sake of organization, I'm number 52.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good evening. My name is Christina Brandt, and I live at 8489 27 Mile Road here in Washington Township. I moved here just 3 months ago and am currently renting with the intention of buying a home with my fiance, who owns a small business in this township. I gotta say, I'm so impressed with this community tonight. This is amazing, and I'm impressed with you all for taking the time to listen to us, so thank you very much. But I want you to know also that this proposal to rezone land for a data center here has made me hesitate in moving here permanently. And that alone should say something about what the impact to the property values could be. I work in IT, and I know a little bit about data centers. The reality is simple. Data centers do not create a lot of long-term jobs. They bring short-term construction opportunities and then operate only with a very small number of permanent employees, often brought in from outside of the community. So I ask you, where is the return on investment for us? What do we gain in exchange for losing farmland, placing even more strain on an already stressed power grid, and inviting long-term risks that we, not the company, will be left to manage? Today's data center designs may not meet the technological, electrical, or cooling requirements of the next generation of computing, meaning communities like ours may be asked to shoulder the environmental and infrastructure burden for facilities that become obsolete far sooner than promised. And please consider this. An article published today in the New York Times reports that President Trump has signed an order aiming to weaken the state laws that place limits on the artificial intelligence industry without establishing national protections in their place. If oversight and safeguards are being stripped away at the federal level, it becomes even more important that local communities protect themselves. Rezoning is not just a procedural step, it is a decision that will shape the future of this town. Tonight, I urge you to choose wisely. Choose the long-term well-being, identity, and safety of this community over corporate promises that may never materialize. There are better, safer, and more sustainable ways to use this land. And I want to share something very personal to me. When I was in 7th grade, I watched horrifying documentaries about corporations poisoning our Great Lakes in my biology class. Companies that cared more about profit than people, more about expansion than the long-term health of our communities. We cannot allow history to repeat itself in our town. Please consider the long-term negative impacts to our community, those we already understand and those that we will only discover years from now. The people here tonight are those who found out about this in the last 2 days. We are proud Michiganders, and we stand loud and clear on this. Reject the rezoning request or table it to allow additional time for consideration. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Greg Hill. First off, Oxford Township. So I'm an out-of-towner. I didn't even plan to come up and speak today. I just wanted to come out and help and support, much like I'm sure you guys stepped into the roles that you are because you wanted to support your community. But hearing so many of these passionate stories, like shout out to you guys, awesome job. But so far I've heard so many stories about power outages, flooding basements, concerns about water purity, soil health, all these things that people have legitimate concerns with, like the radiation that's going to come off any potential new project. So data center aside, any new project that comes in here needs to kind of address those issues, right? Because according to your bylaws, and again, I was kind of bored over there, in Article 2 of your bylaws, it says that the commission shall be guided to promote the efficient, coordinated development of this township in a manner which will best promote the health and safety and general welfare of its people. And so far, you've heard plenty of stories with people concerned about their health, their safety, and their general welfare. Okay, I don't envy you guys because I know the kind of position that you're in, following the rules and doing what you feel like you know is right. I feel like there's a path for you guys to do both with that stipulation in your bylaws. So I encourage you guys to, again, either table or reject these new, the adaptation or the approval of this until you guys get a full master plan, so you guys can make sure that you are really paying attention to make sure that anything that comes in here is going to address all those issues that you heard from the health, safety, and general well-being of all of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is this fine? Yeah. Perfect. Hello, good evening. I am Danielle Castillo. I should be looking. I live on 7548 Smale Street, Washington. You already know the zip code. But Washington Township has been my home for as long as I can remember. I'm not generally opposed to development in my community. However, with this specific project, I have some concerns. It's just that we don't know the specifics of the development or what the land will be used for. I don't know. You don't know. We all want more information. We want to know information about the energy demands, water usage, environmental impacts, cooling systems, permanent jobs. I'm concerned that Prologis wants you to approve this rezoning without providing any specifics. We don't want this concept of a plan. It's 312 acres in our community. We deserve a clear breakdown of the positives and the negatives before the township grants anything. We want transparency before moving forward, not after. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Good evening. I'm Chris Riley, 8272 Washel Drive, resident of Washington Township. Also a brand new owner of a whole house generator because of the unreliability of DTE, which has been mentioned but would only get worse as DTE will certainly not be able to keep up with a project of this size. My primary reason to come up is as a professional in workforce development for the past 21 years. And I came up to talk employment, and the numbers and the employment data that was shared a few minutes ago, I concur with entirely. A project like a data center will have a lot of upfront jobs, but that will dwindle. Those jobs will be temporary, and the permanent jobs that will continue will be much less in comparison. Also, while I was standing in the back of the room, we're talking data, we're talking AI. So I decided I would turn to AI and ask, why would a company withdraw a conditional application? And ask it outright if it would be for nefarious reasons. There's a lot more here than the balance of my time allows, but a few things that did come out is to avoid binding commitments such as environmental protections and traffic mitigation. They want a plan for more intense, heavier traffic use, more noise, and also less community input or opposition. Community zoning requires detailed public review. Non-conditional requires less detail, giving the public less to challenge. And the original plan may not pass if conditions were attached. So, just a few thoughts. Thank you.
sorry?
What was that gentleman's name right there again?
I gotta tell you, I'm horrible with names.
The one proposing?
Prologis. Again, I don't know his name.
First and last name of that gentleman.
I do not know, and we're going to move on to the next public comment.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Rob de Bruin, 32 Mile Road, Washington Township. I believe the applicant has amended its application this morning. I do not believe the township has received
Sir,
sufficient...
can you speak into the mic a little? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
That's okay. I'll start again. I understand that this morning the application was amended. I do not believe the township has received sufficient time to review the amended application. I also believe that the term IRT is quite broad. I am not sure if that included a data center in its conventional term. I am skeptical if it includes an AI data center. Yeah, they are significantly different in all aspects of zoning. I am not certain if data centers were originally included as part of the IRT zoning. So if it's zoned as IRT, I'm not sure if it includes the conventional use of a data center, let alone AI use of a data center. I also would like the township to review, or the board here to review, if an AI data center is in line with the vision of the township. I think the vision of the township is that we provide a place to live and to work. AI data centers are quite large, are a strain on the community. Do not provide any places to work. These are autonomous centers. They require protection, and that's likely it. So I would like to raise the question if AI data centers actually require a separate classification in the zoning legislation, and would request the board to take additional time to review this application and determine if AI data centers should be part of the existing IRT definition. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. A lot of people here. I hate public speaking. My name's Chris Judich. I live at 14,031 Mile Road. So my backyard is pretty much where this development would take place. I don't have much to add to what everyone else has said. I mean, pretty much everyone is on the same page with that. I would just like to echo, really, I don't think the board should approve the rezoning because clearly it's not what the community wants. It doesn't go in line with what we all moved out here for. And clearly, with that, I would propose that we could maybe have a committee to look at the master plan, because a development data center like this really something this community wants. So can we actually rezone that area to kind of, mitigate future companies from trying to do something similar? So that's something that people would like to get, together for. I think that should be organized, online, but pretty much the future zoning, I really just don't think it's, a good idea. That's not, when I first bought our property out here, it was zoned agricultural, residential, 1 acre or more, per house. Now it's been rezoned without us knowing to having multifamily. So now I was dealing with condos across the street. And now, yesterday I find out, not only got condos across the street, you got a 300-acre data center coming too. So this is just, I don't know where to start with this, but I really think the future master plan needs to be, looked at again and developed with the community, really hand in hand, not just in a small workshop, but extensively, because it just keeps changing on the fly, and I don't think anyone is happy with the direction it's going. With that, I know this company, they're huge worldwide, multi-billion-dollar company. Have they required, non-disclosures be signed? They play, big boy games. Have they done anything, backdoor deals where we aren't allowed to speak, or you guys aren't allowed to speak about, deals like that, or just all pretty much like, all up front, like information? I'm just curious, like, as I.
We're getting this as like I said, a week and a half ago, we got our
Okay.
packet.
Yeah, because I'm just curious, obviously they know what they're doing, so they're not gonna just, come in here and they might make you only say what you're allowed to say in case, legal reasons, so I was just curious about that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And that's about it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Ayezi. I live at 63113 Indian Hills Drive, Washington, Michigan. I'm an Afghanistan veteran. I was deceived by the devil then, and it certainly seems as if he's back and close to home this time. Data centers in our backyard now. What is next? If I would die for my country, what do you think most of us would be willing to do to protect our family and neighbors? We must do all we can to protect this land against these soulless and evil monsters. No matter what, please remember God wins in the end.
Thank you for your comments and service, sir.
Hello, good evening, Carlos Bisano, 58172 Dulwich. It's very confusing that they changed their submission just out of this morning. And if there's a change of submission, that sounds like it's a new submission. So in theory, the conditional one should be denied. And then for them to send a new one, they should wait, I think it's a year or something to reconsider the time. So I think if this is the case, this is what happened, you guys need to wait, or they need to wait a year or whatever time is needed to create a new submission, which is what they did. So that happened when the Stellantis warehouse was submitted, I think some time ago. It was denied or rejected or whatever happened. And this is why we're here now, because that time passed, they're able to do this now. So it was an original conditional rezoning with a lot of omission, a lot of wavering for not doing the assessment on water, on any of the things that will make it very bad on them and very easy in your position to say, yeah, we're not going to do that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. Maybe I need to go back to the videos. At the beginning of the meeting, I kind of heard that change of submission came from you guys. Again, okay. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification on that. So if it's a new submission, it needs to be treated as a completely new one, and they need to submit everything that they request to omit, that everyone's very concerned and interested in. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, name and address for the record, sir. Sorry.
Hi, my name's Julian Hill. I'm a resident of 61530 Crown Point Drive in Washington. So I know obviously this meeting's been going on a long time, and I think that should really speak to the fact that this many people came here to support the way that things should be and the way that they want this community to be. I've seen pictures, I've seen videos of people sitting on the floor back there simply just to have their moment to talk, and I think that this many people really speaks to that. I know a couple people are coming from the Romeo High School band concert, that's where I'm coming from, and we spent some time watching the hearing live. So we're not 100% versed on what's all been happening, but we just wanted to make sure we had our voice heard as well. Obviously, being a resident of this community, we're going to be here for a long time. We're going to be here for 50, 60 years even, working. I know myself, I'm interested in government jobs, so I know that there's a lot of steps you have to go through, and I want to make sure that those steps are followed as well. Being at Romeo High School, obviously we know a lot of students that use AI. Personally, I don't see the use for it. However, I know a lot of students do, and I don't think that it's something that we need to bring here. I don't think it's something that we need to involve in our infrastructure and spend millions and millions of tax dollars on. Not only that, I know lots of our residents struggle with water, especially in the summer. So I don't see that there's any way that we can still facilitate a project of this scale with the infrastructure we have in place. So I think it's really important that we think about the longevity and the future of this township, especially as students who are going to be working here for the next decades and even centuries even on these projects. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jose Fabian Castaneda. I'm a resident of 11527 Richmond and East Village Estates. I would just like to ask, how long have you guys been living here? Because I personally have only moved here when I was in 6th grade. I'm a Romeo High School senior as of this year, so I haven't been here super long. But in my time of being here, I've grown a really deep connection with the community, its members, and the workers that are here, the agriculture workers, the farmers, landscapers, masons, carpenters, pipe fitters, all these people. These people need the jobs that Michigan provides with agriculture and the automotive industry here. Bringing something like an AI data center, I don't believe really brings any value to this community. Historically, we've had predominantly farmers around here, and I don't think any of these farmers here would like to see their land taken away and millions of gallons of water taken out of Lake Michigan, out of your guys' wells, and funding this sort of, there's just this building that has zero value to this community. In some other parts of the country, sure, that makes sense, but here in Michigan, I believe that does not make any sense based off of what we have here. Also, as well, I'm a blue-collar worker myself. I'm a carpenter and mason by trade. So looking at the job outlooks here in the state, there's really not a whole lot of work here. And these data centers are just going to take up more land that we need for factories and farms. And so people are going to be out of tons of jobs. I'd rather see my money, my tax money, everybody else here in this room, I want to see their tax money go to things that we need, like schools, better roads. We're running out of room over here at the high school, and I know for a fact most of those teachers there would love to have an extension on their building. I know the people here would love to have their roads fixed, and I'd rather that money go to that than something like a data center that's not really going to provide a whole lot of value for this community. I'd like to thank your time for allowing everybody to come up here and talk. I know I don't really have anything prepared. Super, I just came from our band concert. But I believe it's my civic duty and my heart as a member of this community to come up here and at least speak my mind. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Danusha Fadanelli, and I feel like I'm a little bit of an intruder because I don't currently live here. I heard about it late last night, and I drove from my home in Grosse Pointe Park, Wayne County. And one of the reasons it really struck a chord because when I read 32 Mile Road, I grew up, part of my growing up years was on a farm on 32 Mile Road just outside of Richmond. Then we moved to St. Clair on Trumbull Road. But, and well water and the problems associated with it are such a real thing. And I'm a retired science teacher, physical science teacher. And so when I was reading about the Saline data center, and so I started reading about the water requirements, electricity requirements, as other people have mentioned, it also really struck a chord, and they have to cool the machinery at the data centers, and they add chemical compounds to it. And there are a lot of communities where these data centers have been now for a while. Like someone else mentioned, the miscarriage rates are high, the cancer rates are unusual for the local population. As a science teacher, I had my kids, one of the things they did, and this was 8th grade middle school honors, was they also had to compute their electricity costs when we're studying electricity. And so that's why it really caught my eye. But I've been getting monthly letters from DTE congratulating me on being well in the zone of efficiency for my electrical usage. And then yesterday, I got a letter saying, oh, would you like to increase your costs every month to cover your carbon footprint? And there were 3 different areas. And I'm thinking, wait, something's wrong here, with this. But another reason I came up was my son, and one gentleman spoke, a veteran. My son is a Marine veteran, Afghani veteran, and well, anyway, he decided to move his family from Michigan, from Mount Clemens to the Poconos to get away. He was trying to live off the grid as much as he can. And he says, Mom, people are not paying attention. And one of the reasons, he also said this, after he finished his deployments, his job was at the NSA as a tracker, and he has been telling me a lot about Palantir and would absolutely avoid anything that Palantir is connected with. And his mom, they're watching you, they have your data.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Bush, and I'm from neighboring community Oxford. I just wanted to say that what's happening here is something that transcends party lines. You all need to be very proud of yourselves for showing up, because I guarantee you they don't give a shit about you. Okay? You answer to the community, and these people are incredibly concerned about what might be. They don't give a shit about you. So I just want this to be a lesson and courage for all of you, that it doesn't matter left, right, blue, or red. You're all here fighting for your community. So please look around at your neighbor, look at the diversity in the room, and support your community, support your neighbors. Don't support this. Thank you.
Hey, sir, I think it's time for you to go.
Yep. Yeah, it's time for you to go.
Yeah, you're insulting my commissioners. It's time for you to leave. I'm going to ask you once respectfully to leave, otherwise I'm going to have police remove you. You know what, I'm done. Sir, officer, can you remove him from the...
Mr. Chairman, before that happens, please
sorry.
call for a recess.
Okay, I'm going to call for a brief recess for you to leave.
I will leave under duress, but still is my First Amendment protected right. I don't think he knows what.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'd like to reopen the meeting.
Sorry for the
I'm sorry for the interruption. I just couldn't take the comments towards my commissioners. Ma'am, I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Ella Comfort. I live on 35 Mile Road. Sorry, I'm like really nervous. I'm really bad at public speaking. So I just wanted to come up here and so I lived in like Bruce Township, Romeo area since I was like 3 years old. And one of my favorite parts of like this area and Michigan is the environment, the beautiful, like how everything looks. And every single time I hear about like a forest, like a plane of land being destroyed for office spaces, condos, apartments, subdivisions, I feel like it makes me so sad, because I'm going to school to become a pet tech, and my dream is to work at a zoo. I'm so sorry, I'm really nervous because I'm like so bad at public speaking. And I care so deeply about the environment, the animals, and everything that lives here. And I know that, like, everybody's, like, how the company says, like, they removed that's going to be turned into a data center. We know it's going to be turned into a data center. And I know how badly AI is for the environment, how badly it destroys the land. And when we destroy that land, we can't get it back. It takes so long for biodiversity to come back. And every single time we bulldoze a place of land for anything, there's flooding, animals can't live there, and it's horrible for the environment. And also creating more industrial land, it creates light pollution, noise pollution. It light pollution, we can't see the stars anymore. It can affect birds, like insects, other animals, and it can even affect our sleep like patterns, because if we see it's daylight, it'll be harder for us to fall asleep. And also, like, I've heard people talk about the health effects. So I am struggling with like a breathing problem right now, and someone said earlier it can affect asthma. I do not want what I'm going through right now to get worse. I know other people who also have asthma. I don't want their problem to get worse. And knowing the effects of destroying the environment, the AI, it seems like a very bad idea to continue with this, to approve it. And even if they don't turn it into a data center, it will still have horrible effects on the environment and the community around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate getting in front of people is not easy.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jack Moses. I am the owner of Moses Family Chiropractic at Van Dyke and 27. I moved my business here in 2016 with the intention of it being the last move my business makes, either to stay here until either I sell the place, I retire, or I die. And I'd like to take a couple of minutes to briefly talk about what rezoning means for small businesses in Washington Town that make Washington Township what it is. I depend upon a stable energy costs, predictable infrastructure, and a community that values long-term and sustainable growth. Rezoning for a hyperscale data center threatens all three. First, energy costs. Data centers consume extraordinary amounts of electricity. When the grid is strained, small businesses, not corporations, are the ones who experience higher rates, service interruptions, and slower utility response times. Rising operational costs can crush the very entrepreneurs who invest and employ people locally. Second, infrastructure prioritization. When large corporate facilities move in, local governments often divert attention and resources towards supporting that facility's needs, not the small businesses already here. Road upgrades, power expansions, and emergency services get redirected while small businesses wait longer and pay more. Third, community character and economic diversity. Rezoning replaces farmland and small business-friendly land with single-use industrial zones. That eliminates space that could support a new restaurant, shops, service companies, medical offices, trades, or community center development. A data center does not draw foot traffic. It does not support downtown vitality, and it does not strengthen local commerce. Small businesses thrive in communities that grow with intention, that make room for them, and that balance innovation with sustainability. Rezoning for a data center risks tilting our entire economic landscape towards a facility that offers very few permanent jobs, minimal local spending, and no meaningful integration into the economic fabric of Washington Township. If we want this community to be a place where small businesses succeed, where families want to invest, and where our local economy remains diverse and resilient, then we must be extremely cautious about rezoning, because once that land is changed, we cannot get it back. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chris Jones of Gould and Bruce Township. I came here planning to object to this, but also being open-minded. As an engineer, I wanted to hear the facts on both sides and, be open to that proposal. What I heard is them open with 0 reasons that the community would benefit. So what stands out to me is you have all these people who can tell us what the drawback is. This gentleman didn't present 1 reason our community would benefit from it. So based on that, I don't understand how you could vote to approve changing farmland to something that doesn't benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody?
Yes, I'm sure we're out of numbers. Oh, we have a number?
I'd rather be last.
Oh, all right.
may want to make an announcement if anybody else wants to speak that doesn't have a number. Have a couple.
Yeah, anybody else without a number that would like to speak, I'd like to, if you could, come over by the speaker over there and you could line up to head up. I just wanted, if we're getting near the end, I'd like to know. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Diener. I am currently registered at 21085 31 Mile Road in Ray Township, so not that far off from where this is currently being proposed. I just wanted to start off with saying that I am a lifelong resident of this area. I was born in 1997 at the end of the year over in Crittenton, and then my mom said yoink and brought me right back to Ray Township, and that's where I have resided. I've lived in Romeo for a short period, lived in Rochester for a short period, lived in Sterling Heights for a short period, off of Hall Road. Don't recommend it. Worst experience I've ever had. I've heard a lot of people discuss the water issues. That's a huge fear that I have. I really ask you all to implore, have you ever gone without water? I've gone without water. Our well has broke. Our well's been out. We had to dig a new well on the property that my parents live in, and we were without water for about a week and a half. It sucked. It was the worst. It was terrible. I have pets. I was in 4-H throughout my childhood. How do you water yourself, your animals, everything on your property? It is very, very difficult without those opportunities. Plus, do any of you have tinnitus or anything of the sort, any type of ringing in your ear in any way, shape, or form? It is very frustrating. I unfortunately have a little bit of tinnitus because I loved emo music in the early 2000s. And so it kind of came back to bite me. Those data centers, and I know we already discussed the whole data center piece, but cat's out of the bag. When you do that piece, you can't get it back. They give off a low humming. We do not need anything else in our current day-to-day to trigger psychosis in people. People are already on edge. They're already crazy. We don't need anything else to cause those problems. The gentleman a little bit earlier today in the red that talked about all the AI scams and everything like that, unfortunately, he was telling the truth. I work in banking. I work with people every single day that come in that are terrified. They are so scared, they are shaking, and they are trying to withdraw all of their money. They're trying to do crazy things because there is someone on the other side of the phone telling them, I have a family member hostage. I have incriminating pictures of you. I have data that you don't even know exists. And 9 times out of 10, it's not even true. But people are being conned, and we need to do what we can in the area to stop that. I live in Rochester right now, even though I'm registered still in Ray. I'm sorry, don't tell anybody. But I unfortunately don't know if I'm going to be able to move back. I want to move back to Ray, have kids with my boyfriend, and be able to grow the family that I've always wanted, just like my grandparents did, just like the people before that. Because on my dad's side, I'm part of the wagon towns that helped develop Ray Township. I'm a Wolcott, I'm a Kuntzman, I'm a Diener. I have all these strong family names in my back end that are just being disrespected by this. Thank you so much for the time. I really, really appreciate it, and I hope that you can help the community. And please, Gary, you're related to me. Don't do me dirty.
I appreciate it. Any further comments? I think we had one last comment. Number 8? Is that 8? Is that number 8? Number 3. We missed you. Sorry. Come on up.
Oh, here we go. Right here now. Oh, my. Mike Rayner, Chesterfield Township. I come to a lot of these. Actually, I came to this afternoon's meeting of the board, and typically I was one of 2 people. I think the other guy kind of was related to what was going on, but I was the single observer, unlike what I'm looking at tonight. I go to my township board of trustees, I go to the school board. There ain't nobody there, folks. Nope.
True.
We're not involved unless we're talking about maybe marijuana, you know.
Amen, brother.
or something as important as this. And the comments that have been made have been so impressive. I mean, as a lifetime retail store manager, starting when I was 15 years old, I sure don't have a lot to contribute to what we're talking about here tonight. And Lucky 13, the guy that had 13, oh my gosh, he was there all the way. And I was a little afraid when the Native American lady was here. I thought, you know, chances are the federal government will probably say, we're going to build all these in the few reservations that are left because we've almost finished them off already. So this would be a good way to finish them off. So anyway, I'm concerned because of the lack of participation. It's the same with voting. It's disgusting. But the other thing that I've noticed, and it really wasn't bad tonight, and that is the disrespect that I hear. I even hear a lot of it, if I must say, on certain of the councils I have. You know, where, can these really be, how much time do I have? Can these really be issues that are Democratic or Republican in most communities? No, they're what's best for the residents, right? But instead, it becomes, red or blue. So I'm really disturbed that politics, if I must, it's like MMA fighting now, you know? We're both in our own corners. There is no draw. There is no compromise. You're going to beat the dickens out of the other. And that's why our last Congress was the least effective in our history. So anyway, please, let's do away with the rancor. I mean, some of what we listened to tonight was finally corrected, if I must say so. Let's respect one another. Let's go back to compromise. Let's go back to sitting down and working things out together. Oop, I knew that would happen. It happens to me every time.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
Hey, have a good day.
Hey, my mother said, if you don't have anything nice to say, son, don't say anything at all.
All right, last call. All right.
Hello, my name is Lyric Renoni. I live on Caney Road. I'm not sure if many people in here know where that is. It's way out off Armada Center. And I've just wanted to come here because, like many of the people here, I've heard about the negative impacts of AI and the data centers that they build. The negatives are so numerous that, basically all of us already know it's going to be terrible. But I just find it concerning that one entity or just one person can propose something so terrible, something that affects us so greatly in this community. And I'm sorry, I just realized I'm not facing you guys. It's just concerning that one entity can propose something so detrimental to our community, and that we all have to stand up, and we really don't even know what's going to happen after this. I mean, many people mentioned we're probably going to get sued, and I've taken a couple peeks at him during this. I've seen moments of emotion and humanity, but who knows who's really telling him what to do, you know? And most of the time, he's just been staring at his tablet and not listening to us. So I find it concerning. I find it scary that one person can have so little care for such an important issue in our community. I've heard that name before, and it concerns me. But it almost doesn't feel real. And I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but it's just like, it's almost unreal that this can happen in such a nice community. We have a very normal community here. And the fact that something so evil can try to creep up into it, like it has in this situation, it's terrifying. It is terrifying. And it shows that it can happen anywhere. And it's important that we remain informed and we keep coming to these, because I hate to say it, and I wish it was the end here, but I'm sure this is not the end. And I think we'll see how this plays out, but I I don't know. I hope to see the plan changed by him, but I severely have doubt in that. And it really just concerns me and it scares me. And I'm sure I'm not the only one here that feels that way. But I just hope that we can rectify this and that the outcome is good and that we should have laws in place against these sorts of things where one entity can do such a terrible thing to a community. Thank you.
Thank you. I think
Okay.
safe to say it would be time to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend asking one more
Oh,
time.
one more time. I'm sorry, one more time. Would anybody else like to speak at the podium?
No?
Seeing none,
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second. Moved.
all in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is now closed.
Do the right thing. Count on you.
I appreciate your comments. I appreciate everybody's time coming out to talk.
There's
We're
not a
not done
No, we're
with
not-
this meeting.
Yeah,
This is not, the public hearing is, there's still a discussion to be had by the members of the commission, and then we will make I mean, it's a free world. You can if you want, but you sat here so long, yeah, I'm sure you want to hear the outcome.
Sure. Petitioner wants to address any comments or?
Yeah, this is Petitioner Prologis, I'd like to just address a number of things. And first of all, we absolutely do greatly appreciate all the community comments. Your input's invaluable. Your voices are being heard, okay? We are typically in a community in a partnership situation. So this is very unique to us, and you're laughing, but that's, believe it or not, So right now, yesterday, we were told by the township attorney that the conditional request didn't follow the right process, and that we should go with a straight rezone, and then we should ask for a special land use if we want to do a data center. And to do a special land use, we have to file with the township, and then we have to come back to another planning commission meeting in a month. And that determination at that point would be whether data centers would be a special use under IRT. And before we go through any of these steps and have a project and move anything forward, we have to produce site plans, we have to do studies, we have to look at the power, we have to look at the water, we have to look at all the things you talked about tonight. And that is really important to us and to the Planning Commission. And we had a change that was guided to us yesterday, and that's what happened. So I do want to say a couple other things just quickly. The newest data centers use looped water systems and don't use that much water. So we'll show you those numbers.
Okay, I'm sorry, we
And-
have to give him his time to speak. Please allow him to
And
finish.
if I have 30 seconds left,
Fine.
there's also information from DTE that we'd be happy to share that talks about the fact that we pay for all the infrastructure to upgrade everything, and it will not increase people's electric rates. So we'll provide that information as well. So, thank you for your time. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, comments?
How long you want to keep this thing going? Another 2 hours?
I'm actually, with the amount of comments, and honestly, and I know this is about a rezoning, but there's obviously concerns. I got to talk into the mic like I was telling you guys to all night. I apologize. With the amount of comments and concerns that were brought up tonight, and I think it's only prudent that this commission takes time to think about what's been said and how to approach the rezoning come next meeting, I would prefer to postpone this till next month. But
And also the public comment.
what?
There were numerous public comment, emails that were uploaded.
Oh, there were
We are
hundreds.
still-
There were
we're still
hundreds of
receiving
public
them.
comments. There's no, I could not read through them all. The conditional to rezoning all within a day, I just don't feel comfortable throwing this at the wall.
Yeah.
I'd like to think about this for the month, come back next month, make an educated decision based on what is being proposed, and I will make that motion to postpone till the next meeting. Does it have to be date specific?
January 8th.
To the January 8th, 2026 commission meeting.
Support.
I get you, and we did hear you tonight.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, would that motion include to receive and file all written comments?
Yes.
It would, the motion will be to receive and file all comments from tonight's meeting, and we will make a decision at the next meeting.
I'll second. We have to have time to look at this stuff. We have.
Okay. You want me to do a roll call?
Yes, please, Dana.
Okay. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Jaski?
Yes.
Mr. Chaplin?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Robb?
Yes.
I will entertain the question that was asked about wanting to just deny tonight. I want to take the time to make the right decision for the good of the township so that I understand what you're saying, but there were concerns with the way things are presented, and there's things that the way we have to deliver our answers. So we need to do things in an educated way and in compliance with our rules and do things in the right way. So I hope you allow us to make that decision, and I appreciate all of your time and everybody coming out tonight. I know this was not easy, and I know a lot of you got up and spoke when it was difficult to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry.
Can we
ask for clarification on the next meeting? Is that going to be a discussion or an approval?
A vote.
I'm going to take a recess. We're going to recess before we commence the rest of the meeting. along to, I believe we are on item 7B, Yates View Estates, the PUD amendment for the public hearing, deviation from the front side and rear yard setbacks, deviation request for natural feature setback in limited areas, wetland mitigation, deviation request on parcel 2404, 26-300-004, north side of 27 Mile east of Jewel Road. Is somebody here from Yates? You don't mind? Come on up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Rickard with SKE Group. We're representing Vanguard. We were here a month ago for a site plan review, and we had a few items that were out of compliance that wasn't able to be approved as a regular zoning, so we had to either go to the ZBA or apply for a PUD amendment. We have chosen to apply for the PUD amendment, and that was the application that we submitted, and that's why we're here tonight. I'd like to go through a few things that were brought up during the reviews. As I'm sure you're well aware from our last meeting, we are a part of the Clifton Corners PUD. Some of the items that we're here tonight for would have probably been addressed during the original PUD with the individual site plans attached, but this was kind of a blanket, just, 63 lots, 80 feet wide, 9,600 square feet, so it was a little general. So we have now applied for those variances to the PUD. As I just said, these were the original items that were part of the original Clifton Corners PUD. And I'd like to go through all three requests that we have requested for and kind of go through the comments that we've gotten back from the consultants. Because our lots were smaller than the standard R1A, we were requesting smaller setbacks because obviously the lot was smaller. Based on the review comments that we received back from the consultants, they've suggested that we follow the R1D standards because that is a standard zoning size of your community. We're at 9,600 square foot, and R1D is 10,000 square feet, so it was very close to that size. So those setbacks made sense for this and are willing to amend our site plan with those setbacks with the front of 60 foot from the center line, sides of 10, and a rear of 35. So as long as the Planning Commission is on board with that recommendation from the consultants, we agree with that. And from the consultants, we agree with that, and we would be willing to move forward with that. Request 2, which was really number 3, was the mitigation of the half acre of wetlands. Obviously, we've gone through this with our ecological consultant. These are very low quality wetlands, more of a farmer's ditch that went through over time. We're saving all of the high quality wetlands. We've gotten consultant requests for agreement on that as long as we can get an Eagle permit. So obviously we have to apply for that to get the final approval on that, but as long as the Planning Commission is willing to move that forward, we are good with that recommendation that we just go get an Eagle permit for that low quality wetland mitigation. The third item is the natural feature setback reduction. That was not recommended for approval through the consultants. We were able to, with the new setbacks and some minor adjustments to the site plan, we're able to adjust the site plan to not have that issue. So we are willing to withdraw that request, and we have a updated site plan that we are willing to move forward with that has the R1D setbacks, the half acre mitigation for the wetlands, and removing the natural feature setback requirement, so still having 63 homes, which is meeting the original PUD agreement. So as long as you're willing to move forward with the 2 requests for the setbacks and the wetland mitigation, hopefully with the consultant's agreement on those and your support, we would like to move that forward to the Township Board.
You're not doing the front yard setback, right? Change to the front yard setback?
To match the R1D, yes, to 60 feet. We were at 55 and we were going to go to 60.
Not what you were requesting, you're going with what?
60.
60?
Yep.
And that would give what would normally be an R1D, right? So a pickup truck could actually fit in the driveway.
That's correct. So if you have any questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer any.
I still have, I mean, I wasn't at the previous meeting. Had I been there, I don't think I would move on the setbacks whatsoever. I mean, you knew what you bought. The PUD was already over the density that the community would have wanted. And honestly, if you can't fix 63 homes in with the setbacks we asked for, which would have given you the necessary green space we were looking for, I say you reduce the units and revamp it so you can make it work. But that's my opinion. I'm just one vote.
Yeah. And I would just go back on the original site plans for the other sections, all had reduced setbacks.
I get it, but they gave us a site plan. This was a blanket one, and we were stuck with whatever came to us at that time. And when we were in that meeting, we were told they'll have to comply with what we've laid out. And in my opinion, I think you should comply with what we'd already laid out in the PUD.
Yeah.
That'd be my opinion. But I'm just one, I'm one person. So I'll let everybody else comment, but
I agree with you, Barry.
I agree.
this PUD was a huge, I mean, this went through 9 months worth of conversations, at least. And we got it to the point where we were comfortable, and now you're trying to squeeze them closer together so you can get the 63. In my opinion, I'm just not for it.
The setback change to the R1A would not reduce our lot count. It would just make the buildable envelope smaller.
It would make, it would.
So that would not create any more open space. We're hitting the 15% required, and we're just following the recommendation from, that the size units that you have in the zoning ordinance already.
Well, that would be up to you at that point, whether you wanted to shrink the building envelope or change the layout. So either way, you would have the option.
It'd be more green space as far as I'm concerned, because there'd be more green between the houses. Whether it be an extra 10 feet between houses, I'm good with that. Like I said, I just, we're trying to put houses on top of houses, and frankly, I'm not for it. I wasn't for, as dense as this one was, I wasn't really thrilled about what we approved to begin with, and now, frankly, you're asking for the houses to be closer together than we would have allowed. I'm a no, but you can talk to the others.
No, I think you're being reasonable at this point. I mean, it's.
We spent 9 months getting this plan together, and it was.
Well, this has been out there how many years now?
Yeah.
I wasn't on the board or the PC way back when.
How long did we go through the PUD on that?
You did.
It was at least 9
It was
months.
longer than.
It was longer than 9 months?
Yeah, because we had COVID and then we had delays and.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with what we approved-ish.
One of the things.
And I think they need to go with what the plan was at the PUD that was agreed upon.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask you a question through you to our council and our engineer. I know in pre-planning, we had discussed a little bit about that pump station and the sewer issue. Is that something we can take up at this meeting?
It's not really pertinent to what we're talking about here.
Understand.
We're working through a better solution that may still involve a pump station, but would go into a more desirable location where it actually flows. But again, not two different issues.
I just wanted.
Two different issues.
Wanted to clarify.
Well, this is not a data center, right?
Wait a minute. I have 3 hours of comments.
If
Okay.
Mike says it's not relevant, it's not relevant.
Fair enough. Don't want to waste anybody's time with not relevant discussion here. Yeah, I remember when this was coming through, I was a citizen back then, not a member of any board, and I spoke against this at the time. Wasn't happy with the way that the aggregate densities were calculated back then. I think our chair has made a good point, and I think that it states in there that if possible, this could be developed with up to 63 units, but it's not a requirement that 63 be allowed. So I would support Barry's statement on that. Quiet. Any other comments?
Any other comments from the commission? with regard to a motion, Ms. Anderson, do I have to go through the PUD standards like we did, or is this?
It's a public hearing, so you have to open
Oh,
the public hearing.
I'm sorry, public hearing.
Motion.
I got to move back a page, my fault.
We do, then I would move to open a public hearing.
Yeah, I would, anybody?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is now open. Anybody like to come up and speak on behalf of the public?
Hey, welcome back.
I think we know.
Well, that's new.
State your name and address.
Hi, I'm Louis Timmerville. I live in a Lombardo-built community. I'm the HOA president. Been in that position for a while. Like you guys, it's unpaid, but you have to live with the decisions you make that affect the people that are there. There's 288 units in Timbermill, 72 buildings. And I live pretty doggone close to 27 Mile Road. In fact, I could throw a rock over at 27 Mile Road. Decreasing the setback from down to 55, to me, will just make people that decide to buy there have buyer's remorse after the fact. I wish that I had bought a different unit than I did now because of the road noise at 27 Mile Road Institute. It's ugly. Pushing them closer to the center line of 27 Mile Road, which is what I believe the proposal is just going to irritate anybody that buys there. So you're there for a couple of months and you're going, Jesus Christ, why did I buy so close to 27 Mile Road? It's not going to get any better. The traffic flow is not going to get any lighter. In fact, it's just increasing. The intersection at 27 Mile and Jewel is a nightmare. To go ahead and put a right turn lane in northbound Van Dyke to eastbound 27 Mile Road was kind of throwing them a bone. It's going to cost them a whole lot less money than it would be to redevelop the intersection at 27 Mile and Jewel, which could use right turn lanes in every direction, as well as center turn lanes. The fire department's still very, very busy. I can attest to that. So I think keeping it as they planned and already submitted would be the right move. And I hope that you guys stay with the original plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Alvin Smith, 59537 Kittle Road, and I'm only reiterating what he just said. I believe the original zoning was 1 house per acre, and at that zoning, the house is supposed to be 100 feet back. Is that correct for R1A? That's no longer correct?
No, setback is based on distance from the center line of the road.
Right, the center line of the road,
So
that's
it's
what I'm
60
talking about.
feet across the board for local roads.
Really? Okay, because when I built my house, it was 100 feet from the center line of Kittle Road. I don't know if that's because it was in R1A or what the zoning, if the zoning has changed since then. Okay. Because the point being is, if, you guys, as he said, I hope you stand to what you just said, but if you shorten up the center line if you shorten it up by 20 feet or whatever he was requesting, what happens when the next developer goes across the street and wants to do the same thing? And then we get into XL lanes and decel lanes. And I would think it would only compound the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Public hearing is now closed. Time to entertain a motion on the property.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
To your original question, the zoning ordinance, and Kayla, correct me if I'm wrong, does not specify any standards to look at when you do an amendment to a PUD.
Correct.
So the general rule is you amend something the same way you create it. So if you're looking at an amendment, you should go through the same factors.
Okay. To get those standards.
Is the original.
That would be the 8 special land use criteria.
Yeah.
Is that in your packet?
I don't know. I'm going to have to
Okay.
look at the pack.
If not, let me get it open for you.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry. I just want to clarify, Frank Lalama with Vanguard, Yatesview. The 63 lots just have the current setbacks allow for a 50 by 50 build envelope, which we're more than happy to do. We just didn't think that that home size would match that area. So I guess what I'm trying to say is to get a decent sized home, 2,500 to 3,000 feet, we would need the setback requirement. Otherwise, we can still build on that lot with a 50 by 50 build envelope, but I don't think that's what you guys are going to want to see there, to be honest. And that's coming from the housing market in general. So I just want to make sure we're clear.
I don't like being able to jump roof to roof either. I mean, 10 feet across, that's so close. You're jamming them in. And
okay, no, that's fine. I'm just making sure we're clear on that.
I mean, 10 each lot, my fault.
Yeah.
That's still too close in my opinion. But,
Okay.
I mean, that's what we approved on the PUD, and I don't want to see that changed. You go with a smaller home, that's up to you. I guess we can talk about the affordable housing that we were looking for years ago. It is what it is. That's my opinion. I got to find the standards.
I have them here. Sorry, I'll just pass you my.
A lot easier.
Appreciate it.
You get a free computer, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, not bad.
There are 8 special land use criteria in the zoning ordinance. So when the Planning Commission is considering PUD projects, that's the criteria that they're referring to. So that's what we presented to Chair Miller, just so that he has that to refer to in his motion.
I would make the motion to deny the following request for Yatesview Estates, a single-family residential condo development, part of an approved Clifton Corners planned unit development located at the parcel based on the requirements and processes outlined in the Washington Township zoning ordinance, Article 3.0, zoning districts, 3.17, planned unit developments, C, review procedures, 6 amendments, and not allow the following deviations to be amended and included in the Clifton Corners PUD development agreement. Not allowing the change to the setback, the mitigate.
Mr. Chairman, there were 3 amendments requested.
You're looking for a separate motion on each amendment?
No.
One was withdrawn.
Right.
Number 2 is withdrawn, right?
They had them in a different order when he presented them from what we had in the.
So number one with the setbacks not allowed, and allow them to work through the department,
So if we look up, it's on the screen, I think,
that's the drain.
Setback is one, the middle one, we were recommending that if they can get a permit for that, totally reasonable thing to be able to fill.
Right.
Again, they got them flipped. I'm just looking what's on the screen.
Okay,
Apologies.
so the wetland mitigation requirement through Eagle,
Yeah,
that we're okay with.
we're recommending that. It's up to the commission.
I'm okay with that. So allowing the request for wetland mitigation, but denying the request for the setback changes. And that's based on the standards. Proposed use should be of the nature, size, and character, be in harmony of the surrounding area. I don't feel it is, because during the PUD process, we came up with a density and setback requirements at the time of that to be equal and uniform to bridge from an R1A down to an R1D on the other side of the road. I'm comfortable with what we had set forth to begin with. The proposed use shall be of the nature and will make vehicular, pedestrian, traffic no hazardous. That doesn't really apply in that. Proposed use shall be of the design, location, size, intensity, and site layout and periods of operation. The design should reflect the setbacks as dictated in the original PUD and to be in harmony with the proposed development as was approved. The proposed shall be such that the proposed location, height of building structures, location, nature of height, walls, fences, and use of adjacent land and properties unreasonably affect their value. A value effect shouldn't be none at this point because it was exactly as was approved in the prior PUD. The proposed use and related harmonious physical economic aspects of adjacent land uses, shopping habits, convenience. Keeping it as was approved will not be adversely affected by not allowing this decision. And the proposed use is necessary for public conveniences at the proposed location. Doesn't apply at all. The proposed use is designated, planned, and operated so the public health, safety, and welfare is protected. Farther away is actually better for fire prevention. And proposed use shall not cause substantial injury to the value of the property in the vicinity. And by not allowing it, it does not harm any of the neighboring properties. Therefore, I move that we deny and not allow the request number 1 for setbacks and allow them to work with Eagle on wetland mitigation.
Support?
Get a roll call, Dave.
This also to further forward this recommendation of the Township Board.
Oh, it would be, and to send the recommendation to the Township Board.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
Yes to deny.
Mr. Chaplin?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Jaski?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Robb?
Yes.
Motion passes to deny. It will be forwarded to the Township Board for their review.
With your recommendation for the wetland.
For the with the recommendation for denial on setbacks, but recommendation for approval on the wetlands work mitigation through Eagle.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
We are also here tonight, if we could so ask, that we are willing to concede to those changes. So we'll change the setbacks to the R1A like you've requested. We have our mitigation for the half acre, and we've, removed the request, as you've already denied it, for the wetland buffer impacts. Based on our last meeting at Planning Commission for the site plan approval, those were the biggest contentions of the approval of, or the recommendation for approval for that plan to go to the board. And since those have now been resolved, we would like to request a recommendation for approval to the board for our site plan also, so we can keep them in concurrent.
The preliminary condo doesn't go to the board, but the reason why it was postponed from last month was due to this process with the PUD. So that's up to the commission. It was on the agenda as far as the preliminary condo.
So the preliminary condo has nothing to do with being referred to the Township Board. That's our decision to approve?
It's your, go ahead.
Or can we approve it without the board commenting? Sorry.
It's the commission's decision, but we haven't done a full review of the site plan with those changes. Our review letters were focused only on the amendments to the PUD agreement that they were requesting. So we'd want to do a site plan review again with those changes, depending on the decision that the board makes.
And I would just recommend, we submitted those plans, and obviously the only changes would be to the setbacks and some minor adjustments to the lot that we would have. We could resubmit those for the Township Board, and you could review those before we got there, if that would be so advised, so we could keep it moving.
There's only one meeting in December, right? That's not going to make the board agenda anyway.
No, because it has to go for a public
Cut off.
hearing because of the PUD.
Okay. So,
So, I mean,
January meeting, we could. But it's still got to come back to this body no matter what, right? The site, the final site, preliminary site plan, rather.
Yes.
Preliminary
Yeah,
site, preliminary site plan.
I would think that they would want the board's decision first.
How can you review preliminary condo without having the board's decision? Because you won't know what the sizes are, the setback. If the board may approve it. This body is a recommending body to the township board
Yeah.
with respect to the amendment. They're recommending a denial on the one, but the board may approve it. And that would change the site plan.
And I guess I would ask if you have time as the consultants to review, we could resubmit with these minor changes. And then, yeah, we give you time to make that review before we get to the board.
I think this body, though, has to decide on that site condo first.
That's
Is what
correct.
we're saying.
I'm asking this planning commission tonight, based on our last meeting, with the major items, I thought we got through all the other items except for these items. And now that we are okay to recommend to the board the wetland mitigation, we're willing to do the setbacks for the R1A per the PUD, and we're revoking our natural setback feature.
So they're willing to just
So are you
forego and go back to the 15-foot side yard.
So you're stipulating, you're basically withdrawing then the request for the setbacks?
No, yes,
calling the
yes.
PUD.
Yes, sorry.
And just moving forward with the wetland mitigation.
Just so
Okay.
our PUD amendment will just be for the wetland mitigation. The site plan, we're asking you to be subject to us making those changes, having it reviewed before we get to the board, so we can keep them on the same track.
Just thereby just reducing the building envelope on the sites to meet the setback requirements.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that really has, from a reviews perspective, is pretty minor.
So if they went on, if they came back January 8th for the PC, and then they would be January 21st at the board level to meet the publication, is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, those are the meetings, right? There's only one board meeting in January, so that would be the schedule.
So,
No. So basically, the first meeting, and I'm going to try to walk through it. The first meeting in January, we would be reviewing the preliminary condo, which will
Right.
reflect, the only thing that's on there that doesn't conform with anything is the filling of the middle
The unit
part wetlands.
details. Yeah.
We would have, this body would make a vote on that, and it would still need a PUD amendment to essentially move forward, which the board would vote on later in the month, but isn't really contingent because that site plan is going to reflect that anyway. I mean, if the board said no,
I misunderstood. I thought you were asking them to give the approval at this meeting.
No, conditional,
Okay.
with us making the changes.
So he is asking for it.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Oh, okay.
is asking, yeah, he is.
Okay.
got it.
And if you're not going to request the setback waiver from the board, then you're going to need to put that in writing before the board meeting, so they've got it.
Absolutely. We'll amend our PUD request and our site plan and resubmit that.
So he can go to the board with the recommendation from PC saying that we want him to meet the setbacks. He's going to put that in writing with a new plan showing he met the setbacks, and therefore the board can ultimately take our denial recommendation and flip it in a way that it can go to an approval at that meeting, right? Because it,
Well, he's withdrawing, they're
if the
withdrawing.
board so chooses.
It's two separate.
They're withdrawing the request.
I'm very-
They're withdrawing the request. You just recommended denial of it, but now they're withdrawing that request with respect to setbacks.
I guess I'm a little confused on recommending for that. You did
Welcome to the
recommend
club.
approval for one item.
Yes. That's already been done. Yes.
That's,
okay.
Thank you.
That still has to go to the board, though.
Agreed.
so it has to be-
Right, but what the applicant is asking is for the planning commission to approve their site plan today contingent on that board approval and them addressing our comments.
That's
And that's the decision that the commission
So-
needs to make.
So the site plan would be amended to show the building envelope change?
Yes.
And then you would have our recommendation for the wetlands mitigation. You would take that to the board for their approval, and then you would come back to us for the preliminary, or our?
No, they're asking that happens right now.
Okay, so we would do so just to be clear, so we're going to do the conditional approval based on the changes you're going to make before the board presentation?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we're there.
Sorry.
No problem. So,
You kind of put it nicely.
Yeah. Just want to make sure we're crossing the Ts and dotting the Is. Yeah.
You have
Don't want you guys to come back in another 2 months and go, oh, we didn't get it right.
No, I'm 100% with you. I just feel like it would be easier for the board to have both of them at the same time.
Can we do the conditional approval like that?
You have to ask council.
they submit those to you. So you should.
Yeah, so I know our fire department reviewed the PUD amendment, but I also know that there were some conversations that they were going to provide some comments once they saw the revised preliminary condo come back. So absent of that, I mean, to be honest, I don't want there to be a recommendation without having that recommendation also from the
Okay,
fire
so we need-
department.
We need more review on it then.
And there's time, because you're going to get to.
There's time in between. I mean, they can come back at the January 8th meeting for the preliminary condo. They're going to have to go to the board anyway, the 21st. They can't do anything in
You
between.
can't do anything before the 21st
Yeah.
meeting anyway.
That's fine.
So
Okay.
if you can resubmit with those revisions, get those over to me as soon as possible. We can distribute those before the holiday. Come back on the 8th for the preliminary condo, then you'll go to the township board on the 21st.
For both. That would be perfect.
For both,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank
Nice
you.
and clean that way.
Okay.
Perfect.
So you'll just do the motion to postpone to the January 8th for the preliminary condo.
Can we do that, well, the order of the agenda doesn't
That's-
dictate that. Can we do, can
Yes.
we move it up?
Yes.
I'd like to move
Yes.
up, make a motion to move up Old Business Yates Estates to between New Business B and C.
Support?
Support.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone Yates View Estates preliminary condo review until the January 8th meeting.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
See you January.
Sorry.
We
Appreciate
got
it.
it done.
Sorry. Back to where I was. All right, next item. We'll move on to Emerald Creek. Item C, Emerald Creek, final condo doc review, or final condo review, 58 single-family residential units, parcel 240426-100-016, east side of Jewel Road, south of 28 Mile.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Brian Slitter. Address is 429 South Main Street, Rochester, Michigan. Representing, as a consultant, the owners of the project, and we are here seeking final condo approval. We have reviewed all of the comments that we received from the various departments and consultants, and I just want to point out a couple of the items that were noted. It's always a challenge when we're doing these types of projects because a lot of times these homes are custom homes, they're different elevations, they're different footprints and things like that. So certain things that are mentioned about the calculations of impervious surfaces and some of those things, those will be calculated at the time when we create the plot plans for each individual home, and that will get worked out through the building department process to make sure that we're in compliance with that. There was a note about the tree inventory and the tree preservation. That was just an oversight on our part. We do have a full tree survey. We do have the full site survey of the trees. It was just an oversight that it wasn't submitted in the application process. We have the calculations of the trees that the regulated trees that are removed, and per the ordinance requirements, there are no replacement trees required, but we will resubmit that so that can be reviewed. There was a comment about the site plan was a little messy because there was different layers turned on in terms of wetland setbacks and wetland encroachments and things like that. So I've already worked with our engineer to kind of turn off certain layers and clean that up so it's more clear. We've added to our plan some information about the dark sky compliance of the entranceway lighting. We've already addressed all of the comments that we received from the engineering department, as well as the master deed requirement, or the master deed comments that we received. We can submit them immediately following this meeting, assuming approval is granted. And that pretty much completes anything I had to say.
With regard to the items 1 through 5 on yours, Kayla, would his comments regarding those be satisfactory? Or that, I mean, to me, it seems like something we would want to see.
I think all of those were fairly minor things, so I can see that the applicant has the tree inventory, so yes, we'll take that. And I did see replacement trees mentioned on the site plan, so I figured that was the case. It wasn't there for me to review.
Sure.
Wetland buffers looked okay. The confusion really was that they were applying the 25-foot buffer from around wetlands that they were actually proposing to mitigate. So if anything, that was, those changes are more to their benefit to remove those. It doesn't change anything about the site configuration is what I'm saying. It was misleading, yeah.
Engineering review, right, to make sure that.
We already have. So yeah, we're approved on the engineering side. I don't know if you saw the letter from the DPW director, and looks ready to start, which is a good letter from Rich to have. But yeah, we've gone through many steps to the reviews to the engineering.
The only thing left, so the typical lot unit, we do like to see like a typical building envelope with the driveway location. Knowing it's custom homes, like that stuff can be changed, and the master deed should reflect that each unit will come in for approval through the township ordinances.
Okay.
My only comment on that was that the distance between the sidewalk and where the building envelope was starting for your actual homes was 15 feet. And so there was just some question about, again, like vehicles parked in those driveways, are they going to be overhanging the sidewalk, and is there adequate width there?
Yeah, I think that was addressed. I don't,
Okay.
the setback to the front of the home, I believe is 30 feet. So
Okay.
that is something that I will definitely verify with my engineer, but I'm sure it's not going to be an issue.
Okay. Then subject to those things, yes, I think our comments have been addressed.
Any other comments from the commission?
What Kayla said. I like it.
Sounds good. We can entertain a motion. I'll make the motion to approve, subject to review of submittals for planning to review and uphold, to approve the Emerald Creek final condominium, a 58-unit single-family condominium development master deed and bylaws located at parcel 2404-26100-016.
Support?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Chaplin?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Jaski?
Yes.
Ms. Hall? Mr. Robb?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Passes.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
We plan to start like as soon as we can.
Yes.
So it's been a long time.
Yes,
Great.
it has.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Old business, so we already addressed item A. Is there discussion?
We're going to postpone.
Are we going to postpone item B?
Yes,
I would request postponement.
I would request I'll make the motion to postpone item B.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll move to project update by Mike Kozak.
In the spirit of Christmas, I'll keep it very brief. It's gotten very cold out, and most sites have slowed down working. The guys that got the paving in before the end of the year got it in, but everybody else is really just working on underground utilities. So a little bit quieter, but you'll still see vertical construction happening and guys working inside of buildings. So we'll be more detailed in January.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chaplin, Township Board update.
That's good. It's fresh on my mind since it was 6 hours ago. But we had the bid presentation for the new fire station, station number 2. That has been approved. So that is going to be in process very soon, along with the live burn center. That was also approved. Wow. And the infrastructure improvements for the light at the M53 30-mile road intersection. So all 3 of those projects are going to be moved forward.
Fantastic. There's going to be a traffic light on M53?
Yes and no. It is going to be for the use of the fire department, so they can control traffic when they have a call. But my understanding is that MDOT does not want it used as a traffic control device other than that. So it will just be a flashing light the rest of the time.
And the new station's going to be at
Yes.
30 Mile Road?
30 mile,
30 mile.
Okay, so, oh, it's on the other side.
But on the other side from the car dealerships?
Okay,
Yeah.
so that gives us 4 now.
No, well, the new station will be
replace-
replacing the one at 30 Mile and over
Okay.
west of Van
30
Dyke.
right by West.
The idea is that one will be turned into a sheriff's substation, replaced by this, and then in the future, we'll have the station number 4 over at 31 Mile and Mound.
Oh, beautiful,
It's down the road.
beautiful.
Sounds good.
That's about
Any commission discussion? As if we haven't talked enough tonight.
it. We listened tonight.
We did a lot of listening. Appreciate you guys' patience tonight.
Oh, you did a good job.
Yeah, you
Good
did.
job in
It
chairing,
was a,
running this meeting. I thought the torches and pitchforks were going to come out for a minute, but.
Yeah.
Close. And I guess we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Who's second? Me, you.
Ron?
Ron did. Ron did it.